Oh, here we go. It's 12 o'clock GMT. Day 2 of the UK Open is here. Jonathan and Phil Bars will be joined by Jack Garwood in just a little bit. A very, very warm welcome to everybody already in the chat room. A very warm welcome to everybody that's already watching us here as we get set for another mammoth day. 11 hours of streaming happening today. Philip Bars, a very good afternoon to you, mate.
Good afternoon. How are we all?
You know, we've had better. I've had better night's sleep. There's no doubt about that. But I know it looks like I'm basically wearing the same stuff, and the hair's done the same way from yesterday. I think I promise you, I have actually left my chair after what was a manic afternoon and evening into the UK Open.
Yeah, just a little bit. It was fast. It was frenetic. We had just about everything going on you could want. Look, it's why we do it. It's why we love it. Yes, it's tough, but it's only a couple of days a year that it's like this, so it's not too bad.
Look, the thing is, though, I think that yesterday, certainly in the evening session, I think we had more shocks than we probably would have thought at this moment in time. And look, the top two were gone, but the top two are still through. But I think the key moments for me was the fact that the world number 3, Peter Wright, gone, Dave Chisnall producing a fantastic performance to beat him, and Gary Anderson gone as well. Dirk van Dijvenbode knocking him out. I want to touch on Snakebite, if I may, because it just looked to me as if he just wasn't happy with anything that was going on yesterday.
Look, I'm going to word this carefully. Peter Wright has always chopped and changed. Peter Wright has always chopped and changed darts. Granted, ever since 2014, when he lost that world title, he switched mid from a straight barrel to the dumpy thing. We've seen him do it ever since then, searching for what he calls perfection. You have to realise perfection doesn't exist in this sport. He's searching for something that simply is not there. And I think in recent times, we've seen more dramatic changes than I've ever seen. We've gone from dumpy to long to javelin to the monstrosity at the Super Series to I don't quite know what I was watching him throw yesterday. And I genuinely think he's chopped and changed that many times now. His head is scrambled. For me, look, he's a former world champion. However, I'm going to have my say. He needs to press the reset button. Go back to either the diamond grip or the world championship winning dart. Go back and play a sustained period with them, recalibrate, and then if you want to go again and start chopping and changing, do so. But at the moment, he hasn't found any consistency with anything that he's thrown. Hence, with why we're seeing what we're seeing at the moment. Like yesterday, one set, changed for a leg, changed back. What is that all about?
It's not good, is it? Like, you can't be in that mindset of being that happy with your setup. And I'm not being funny as well. I've just gone on to darts ranking, which is why if you see me looking across here, it's because I'm just looking at my other monitor here. I've just gone on to darts rankings to see how much he is defending. He's defending 70% of his money this year. Appreciate he's obviously got a world championship to defend. He's got a Grand Slam final, a world match play quarter final. He's got to defend another couple of bits and bobs as well. A couple of Euro Tours and Pro Tours, but obviously that big one is the World Championship that he's got to defend this year. And you've got to be able to have built up some money at least anyway, so that if you don't win the World Championship this year, you still are in that position where you could easily fall down the rankings at this point. 500 grand off your ranking is going to be a lot at this moment in time, and he just doesn't seem comfortable.
Yeah, look, 100% is the thing. I just look at it and I just think that he's using it as a fail-safe. When he loses, I swap darts. These darts didn't work. Look, just get it out of your head. Perfection does not exist in this sport. if it did, everyone would be chucking 9 darters every week.
Interesting.
They're not, because perfection doesn't exist. And just obviously before we move on, everyone in the chat room, morning all, obviously talking about Wright. Where are we? Yeah.
Bob also mentions a very good point that Chisnall was very good. And he was very good. There's no doubt about that. He averaged, I think, somewhere in the region of about 102, 103. So, yes, we need to give credit to Chisnall. But also at the same time, we have to look at this and say that, and appreciate Wright made a master semi-final. Like, you know, again, there's that. But in his last ranking games, I mean, he got beat by Clements at the World Championship. He's now been beaten on TV now by Chiz at the UK Open. And again, Chisnall, I have to caveat this by saying he's the world number 5 for Christ's sake now, or world number 6. But it's one of those where Wright is so far ahead of them on the order of merit that you would not expect that. And now Chisnall's actually overtaken Gary Anderson to be in the world number 6 spot.
Yeah, look, it's mad times, mad goings on. However, Peter's now, well, let's see what he throws with at the Super Series next week. But he needs to get it right before the Premier League, because those first block of 9 could be huge.
Do you think there's a real possibility that he gets relegated from the Premier League if he plays the way he's been doing?
No, because I think there's 2 worse players in my opinion. But the top 4 could be a struggle if he doesn't get it right.
Very interesting. Interesting indeed. Of course, Gary as well. I want to talk about Gary before we move on, because we've got a lot to talk about in this first half hour, 45 minutes. I should explain what's happened today. Once again, I'm going to head off at 1:45 or around about 12:30, somewhere around there. Once Lee and Cam are inside our chat room and are ready to give you all the boards as they happen. Jack Obbegard will join us as well in just a little bit to talk through the rest of the day, because he's been on with us all day as well yesterday. We're going to be here between 12 and 5, giving you all the boards as they happen. Boards 1 to 4. Obviously, there's only 4 stages now because we're down to 4. We're down to 32 players, so 16 games. And then this evening, we're going to be back here again. I know people have been messaging us about Don't Miss the Big Number. We might do that again, actually. We might get Jack and Cam to stay with us and do Don't Miss the Big Number again, because I know you were watching it at the same time, PB. That was toss.
Yeah, that was good. I enjoyed it. It was good.
It was good. It was good, but they were rubbish. Let's see what they can do again today. And then Gob and I are going to be staying on, and we're going to be covering both boards. So obviously, we appreciate that ITV4 and PDC TV have got coverage of all the games. What we're going to do is we're going to have live darts data on in front of us as well. We'll also have the streams as well to watch it. So what will happen is that we'll just basically give you the commentary as it happens. And I appreciate some people have said that they like our commentary. So you can listen with us with the commentary instead of anybody else if you wish. But we're going to have one place for you to see all the boards as they happen, and it's here on Online Darts. It's our last day of streaming here at the UK Open. Right, I want to touch on Michael Smith, PB. What a game that was last night between himself and Joe Cullen. Easily, for me, game of the night.
What stage was that on again?
2.
Oh, funny that.
Yeah. Weird that. Yeah, I think that both the games tonight happen on, for me, both games of the night happen on stage 2, weirdly enough. Mervyn King against Jose de Sousa and Joe Cullen against Michael Smith.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on the Buddy Boy? Because, that is a big win for him. Like, we always talk about him bottling it and all this sort of stuff. And I appreciate people talk about it in the chat room and all that sort of stuff. But that is a big win for him in that context. To go and hit an 11 darter against the throw under that pressure when Cullen misses double 10 for a 1-2-8 as well. Is this the weekend? Is it?
Look, I think it was a very good performance. I don't want to jinx the lad. I almost did on the live lounge, and I kind of didn't for that reason. Look, I'm just saying it. He will win one at some point. He is too good a player not to win one. As he said yesterday, I'm going to be playing for another 20 years. At some point over these 20 years, I will win one. And I agree. It will happen. But yesterday, the action looked good. Like, he was 4-1 down at the first break, and he showed grit and he showed fight to come back into it. Cullen was just the way Cullen had played recently. It was a horror draw for both players. They play anyone else, they probably win, barring one or two exceptions, because they both played exceptionally well. So tough on Joe the draw, but great to see Bully Boy back and playing some really good stuff.
Right, let's turn our attention. I say what we'll do now. This is an interesting one. We're going to tee up something from yesterday that you did for the interviews that you can watch now on Online Darts TV as well if you want to catch up with it, or you can listen to it on the podcast as well. We've got the podcast out after day one. It's an interesting line, this though, PB, that he mentions in his interview.
For me now, I can concentrate more on my family life as well. For 4 or 5, whatever years it is, I've not had the first half of the year proper with the kids, and having the good family life and the good mentality, that's even better for me going into tournaments, because I'm not stressed going home. I've only got a day, so I'm going to wash my clothes quick, get out. Now I get to enjoy life and enjoy my game again, and enjoy playing and enjoy travelling to tournaments. Not knocking the Premier League because I'm gutted I'm not in it. I'm just chuffed that I get more time at home as well now.
But then also, PB, a big line that he mentions in there as Jack Garwood joins us. Hello, love. Nice of you to join us. A big line, though, that comes in very quickly, Gob. You can join in on this one as well, about the Premier League lineup. Because, PB, he mentions in there saying that 5 of the Premier League lineup that weren't as good as him?
Yeah, 5. I'm not going to disagree. I will ban the Michael Smith drum until the cows come home. I just think, look, some of the players that we've seen win majors, in my opinion, are not as good as Michael Smith.
But they won one.
Will they be remembered as major winners in 10 years' time because of the 18 months we've had?
They'll always be there. They'll always have that on the CV.
I'm not saying they won't.
At the moment, Michael Smith doesn't.
However, who ever talks about Gary Anderson's UK Open win behind closed doors?
Gob, go on.
It's almost a forgotten title. It's almost a forgotten title that Gary Anderson has.
Yeah, people talk about the match play, but then again, I think that's also a UK Open thing. I don't think that people really remember UK Open winners that often. I don't think, but that's another issue entirely. Gob, your thoughts on this? That Michael Smith coming in there with firing bullets straight off the back of this?
It's what I expect Michael Smith to do. It's what he needs to fire himself up, to give him the continued drive and belief to compete at this level. He's one of the most talked about players on the tour because of his ability and what he should have won by now. And to be fair, he is probably right. In terms of ability, there are players in that lineup that aren't as good at darts as Michael Smith. But you see it in other sports. If sport was played purely on ability and the best player won every single time, it would be bloody boring.
It's a fair point. Look, we've got to move it on.
Six Nations right now is the obvious example. Wales are probably the 4th best team in there.
Yeah.
Yet they've beaten England, Scotland, and Ireland already.
But there was a reason for that. And that's because of 2 red cards and all that.
Yeah.
But let's talk about that another time. We've got to move it on very, very quickly.
There's reasons that Vandenberg and D'Souza have won majors because they were played behind closed doors.
But they still won one. It doesn't matter if they won it behind closed doors or not. They still won one. They've still got
Wales
it
have
on
won
their
3
CV.
rugby games behind closed doors that they should never have won it based on ability. That's all I'm saying. But there are. You can make
TMO
reasons for all of it. And that one. Not the weird bitter Englishman here after seeing the last 3 weekends.
No, by the sound, to be fair. Very well welcome everybody in the chat room. To Luke, to two Lukes, Luke Bignell and Luke Bauer. Very good afternoon. Jonathan, as well. Very good afternoon to you as well. Jeff Ryan, we've got you in there as well. Hello, Reese Taylor Locke, Tony Bethel. Hope you're all good. Bob Bamber as well. Very, very good afternoon. Andrew as well in the chat room. Thank you as always, mate, for joining us. Don't forget, I want to shout out. I don't think he's there at the moment, but Chris Cottrell yesterday was giving updates on the TV stage to everybody inside the chat room. So thank you very, very much indeed, Chris, for everything that you did yesterday. Right, what are we going to talk about next? I tell you what, should we talk about Michael van Gerwen? Because yesterday, PB, that was a massive win for him, I thought. He came through a tough test.
Gutsy, I call it. It was brave. The equipment choice on no practice with them apart from 12 in the room and then what he had before the game. But there was signs. I quite like them. They sit in the board well. He hit more 180s yesterday than I've seen in a long time in the game. I think he had 6.
Check.
Which is more than he's had of late. He touched on in his post match that yes, that the darts are in his head. He knows that, but he said it. Even old faithfuls, as he calls them, the grip is gone. They slide out of his hand now because there's nothing left. So he's come to the point now where he has to change. He's got no choice. And the ones he threw yesterday, I kind of like the signs.
Just to say very, very quickly as well, yeah, you were right. It was 6. God, we'll come to you in a second, but I want to hear from MVG if possible. I know it's possible because I got it teed up. Where he says, PB, in his interview yesterday, that he's now got something to fight for.
Something to fight for again. That's a good thing, but of course, I'm under pressure. I know I'm under pressure, and not only that, I am putting myself under that pressure because I know where I want to go. I know where I want to end, and I know what my goals are. So it has to go better, and still 99 average is good for a first round.
Gob, do you think, how much pressure do you think he is under himself this year? Because he is now obviously dropped to world number 2. It just feels so weird saying that, and it will do for a little while, I'm sure. But it's a big moment because if he were to go and win this tournament, he'd go about 150 grand behind or 125 grand behind Gerwyn Price in the order of merit. A world match play win, and that could be that for him, and he could be back to world number 1.
The thing is, I just don't see that from him at the minute. And Barzi's not going to like this, and there are going to be other people that are going to like this. But part of the interview that we didn't show was him talking about how slow Scott Mitchell was and how he was doing things to put him off. And we saw exactly the same amount as Rasmus at the weekend. MVG is looking for things that perhaps aren't there or he wasn't noticing 18 months to 2 years and before that ago. And that tells me that he's still not settled. He's still not comfortable. His ability has never, ever been brought into question, right? But I think the thing that gave him the edge over so many people for so long was just how good his mental game was. Literally the only player that has ever been able to rival the mental game of Van Gerwen is Phil Taylor for the sustained amount of time. Eric Bristow was the first. Yes, don't get me wrong. Completely different era now. Completely different pressures. The only player that's ever been able to put up with that mental aspect of the game and just be that strong in every situation, unlike MVG, is Phil Taylor. And he's lost that. He's lost that edge. The players aren't scared of him. He's looking for different things. This change of equipment has just put him in a position that he's never been in before. And until he finds a solution to that, I don't think that mental side's going to get back there again. It's a bit like Adrian Lewis. We've seen Jackpot drop off monumentally, and his interview at the Masters was really good because he said about how he was joking around in the practice room and giving Gerwyn Price a bit of jip and trying to stir a bit. We haven't seen that from Jackpot for 2 years because he's walking into a practice room or he's walking into an environment like that backstage, and actually he's worried that he's not going to be there for another 3 hours and he'll be on his way home again because his performance haven't been that good. They come hand in hand, yes, But the mental side of MVG is the biggest worry for me at the moment.
PB, you're right to respond.
Look, I think that there's always been frailties there. That there always has. The same as Taylor had them as well. I remember I've never seen Phil Taylor getting a crowd to Icelandic clap before when someone's throwing their darts because he lost his edge. It happens to them all. Not disagreeing with that. But will he find it again? Yeah, look, I've seen enough that I think he's on the right track here. Yes, he's lost games recently, but he hasn't lost. I go back to mid last year. It's probably the worst I've ever seen him play, and he was losing with low 90s and high 80 averages, where his head was completely scrambled. Like we said about Wright, when he was trying God knows what darts, where now I think that's settled. We've seen good performances. Yes, he's lost, but I think he's on the right track.
Interesting indeed. Look, this is a big opportunity. I mean, people are saying it in the chat room. I mean, looking at this now, right, and saying that, you know, Taylor said everybody will struggle with change a while back. MVG can't complain. We're talking about this sort of stuff. Look, I think that we are going to see something going mental very, very shortly from Michael van Gerwen. And I think that we are going to have a very, very good idea indeed, and see what happens when he comes back to it. But the world champion and world number one is also through. Both of us are really watching this PB against Gerwyn Price against Peter Hudson last night. Guess he just doesn't look himself at the moment. That double, I mean, he talked about missing a couple of doubles in the interview that he did with him, but even so, that was dross most of the time last night. That game was not good.
Yeah, no, look, I think, again, he said it himself, he's struggling with some confidence. He hasn't had much time on the board. And the interesting thing that he said to me was, I don't feel like a world champion. That was quite a big thing to say for me, that right now he doesn't feel like the champion of the world. It's an interesting one from Gezi.
But do you know what? Let's hear from him now, actually, and then we can discuss this. Let's hear from him.
I don't think it was realised. I mean, the World Championship feels exactly like the match play is all behind closed doors, so it wasn't a massive eye, and I don't feel like a world champion at the moment. I can't wait for the doors to open and get the trophy back and celebrate with my friends, go to the local where I started playing. Yeah, things will start to feel a little bit better then, but at the moment I don't even feel like a world champ. Yeah, I feel like a world number one, but no world champ.
That's an interesting thing to say, Gob, isn't it?
It is, and part of me completely gets that. Like, without doing it in front of the crowds, the adulation that you receive when you lift that trophy, the response from the crowd every time you're introduced as that atmosphere just isn't there for him at the moment. But I'm also a little bit concerned about Gezi, the same as I'm about Van Gerwen, and not because of his mental game at the minute. I'm concerned that we're looking a little bit like Rob Cross in the fantastic year, climbing, and then the media want you for absolutely everything. We've seen Gezi Price on the Welsh rugby show recently for the Six Nations. We've seen him on Soccer AM. We've seen him literally everywhere, apart from on a dartboard, right? And yes, he's not practicing. Yes, this is the time of year perhaps to do it before the fans get back, where there isn't the stack up of events that you get at the back end of the year. But we've also seen him spend a lot of time and work on his investment portfolio in terms of his new housing business that's on the side. And fair play, absolutely the right thing to do, setting up his family for life pretty much off the back of that one win, ensuring that darts is not his only income, because it's not always going to be there. You don't want the pressure having to win to continue with the lifestyle that you've now graced yourself with, and property is always a solid investment for that. But there is concern to me that you can get in a little bit of a slump now because he's spent this time away, because he's focusing on other things. It's difficult to get back. Once people aren't scared of you as a world champion, you've lost your edge a bit.
It's certainly interesting to see what happens with Getty, because obviously it's a big game for him today against Ricky Evans. It'd be a pacey game. There's no about that, but it is 12:25. So to tell you what, let's go through the 4 stages that have happened so far today, and then what we're going to do, coming at 12:45 this afternoon, and then we'll look at some games of the day. So, stage 1 looks like this. We start with Rob Cross against James Wade. That's not a bad way to kick off the afternoon session of the UK Open on a Saturday afternoon. Gerwyn Price against Ricky Evans is next. Then it's Michael Smith against Jose de Sousa in a potential tie of the round. We'll come on to some ties of the rounds a little bit later. And then we finish off with Michael Van Gerwen against Mensur Suljovic. Stage 2 sees Darius Labanauskas take on Simon Whitlock. Daryl Gurney take on Gabriel Clemens. And then got Chris Doby against John Brown. And then it's Johnny Clayton against Dirk van Dijvenbode. There's a reason why that one's on stream too. Stage 3, Luke Humphreys taking on Ryan Searle. Callum Ridge against Martijn Kleermaker. Alan Suter against Ron Moulenkamp, and then Luke Woodhouse against Brendan Dolan. Stage 4, Peter Jakes against Max Hopp. Scott Waits against Devin Peterson. Christopher Tyski against Mardus Razma, and Dave Chisnell against Danny Noppert. Philip was in the chat room earlier. I don't know if you're still there, buddy, but you said which players are under the radar at the moment and could have a run. I don't think there is anybody really that you would class as under the radar, because if we're seeing players at the moment that did well, but I guess I don't know. Is the honest answer. PB's just gone for a Cameron Menzies, so we'll come back to that in a second. But I don't know. Maybe Scott Waits gone.
I tell you what, he's been superb at the minute, considering we had the drama yesterday of his opponent being timed out in Steve Brown. His performance in the next round was excellent. I've been really, really impressed with the bearded Scott Waits. That is the new beard to be feared by the looks of it. It's been excellent. I mean, Labanauskas Whitlock find themselves in a nice little draw there. Obviously, that could all go horribly wrong for them in the next round, but you know what I mean. Doby, John Brown. We've spoken a lot about John Brown. Doby, I don't think has been that impressive, but has been still in the draw. That's the main thing. Daryl Gurney can turn it on whenever he wants. And Danny Noppert. Danny Noppert had a very, very good Super Series. He's one to keep your eye on by the end of the day if he keeps picking up steady little draws. Don't get me wrong, Dave Chisnell is not a steady draw. He's a tough draw, but right. Danny Noppert is more than capable of finding himself way through this field.
Someone's asked in the chat room, Jonathan asks, why is Dirk van Dijvenbode against Johnny Clayton stream 2? Because PDC TV. Look, PB, you're under the radar one. Who do you think there's a couple there that might be going under the radar at this moment in time in potentially winning this tournament?
I'm not going to say potentially winning it, because it would be a huge achievement, but under the radar slightly, and he's got a favourable draw. Look, then there's no easy draws, but it could have been worse. It's Callum Ridge on board 3. Martijn Kleermaker is not the worst draw he could have got to put himself into round 5. I like that. I like what I saw from Ridge yesterday.
I think I tell you one for me that looked quite good for me. Luke Woodhouse. Woody's playing some really good stuff at the moment. I'm liking what he's doing, and not just because he's a regular in our chat room, but Woody is very, very good. Look, Brendan Dolan's a tough game for him in round 5. But he knocked out the world match play champion. Regardless of what you might say about Dimitri van den Berg at this moment in time, he's knocked out a world match play champion. So I got a funny feeling that Woody's going to do some bits today. But again, we talked about John Brown there.
Here's my only concern with Luke Woodhouse. We talk about it a lot on this show, is the action. When it's on, it works. But when you watch, when he throws, that elbow drops. It sort of like drops and he throws. And this is not just him. There's a few that do it. That is a huge concern for me, that if that's off, you're going to spray them all over the place. Look, when it's on, we've seen it. It's brilliant. We've seen him beat Michael Smith at the Worlds and go on a run. We saw him beat Dimitri, so it's working. But when there's that much going on in your action, I'm worried that it breaks down at any given time.
It'd be quite interesting to see, but I've got a funny feeling that that's going to be an interesting game. Again, though, I mean, we talked about it on the pod earlier, last night. Alan Suter, again, I know we talked about this a lot, but we have to, because people, Jan, I talk about this a lot, but he's just going and going and going and going and keeping pushing at this moment in time. And again, we talked about Callum with a chance at Martin Kleermacher. There are worse straws to get for Suits than Ron Moulenkamp.
Oh yeah, 100%. But I just wouldn't say he was under the radar after dumping Barney out. After you beat Barney, you're never going under the radar. You're sat on top of it.
Right. Well, it is 12:30. So I think actually Stream 2 is about to get underway. I think they're warming up over on stage 2. I'm just going to have a quick look at this now, because if it is, then I'm going to shoot off and we're going to get ourselves ready for day number 2. I'm just going to double check this on the stream, but it doesn't look like it's available just yet. So it might be 12:45, but in which case we will hold fire on that one. I want a game of the day from the pair of you at this point, and I'm going to start off by saying the last game on stage 2 for me is there, and I appreciate people talk about it. But for me, for the way they played last night, Michael Smith against Jose Sousa, that's going to be scoring for fun. Doubling could be a mess, but the scoring power that both of them have is sensational. I'm looking forward to that third game up on the main stage. That's going to be very, very fun, I think. PB, you can go next.
Thank you very much. My game of the afternoon is, I really like the last game on stage 2. Johnny Clayton and Dirk van Dijvenbode is going to be absolutely immense. The Ferret against the Obergenius. Yes, please.
Very interesting indeed. Right. God, you're next.
I like the look of Crosswade. Can't deny that, obviously, for obvious reasons. MVG Sulis is an interesting one for me. And I'm going to pick that one because we saw the level of performance from MVG yesterday. The comments about the pace from Scott Mitchell. If Mensah gets an absolute sniff of that, we've seen him do 10 times worse to all sorts of players in the field. So it might not be most free-flowing, but the undertones and the little stories and that are going to come off that game will be interesting for me.
Right. Well, I'll tell you what, because people are saying that streams are available at this moment in time, and it looks like they are. So I'll tell you what, we're going to switch right now. Lee Boyce and Cam McFarlane going to join Phil Bars and Jack Garwood in the next few seconds as we start our day 2 coverage of the UK Open. Let's go then, shall we? I will see you back here at 6 o'clock where myself and God will talk you through the rest of the boards. Enjoy it. We will see you in a little bit. Phil Bars, it's all yours after this break.
And we are back, and there's a very important thing I've just noticed on stream 2. George Noble is refereeing, so get your bets on overs on the legs.
Why is
stream 2 is underway early?
it is on the app? I'm on the website and it's still saying 11 minutes till countdown. So that's my board for today. Maybe it's just Jar's login because I don't pay for that.
Yeah, no, I've got it on the PDC app, and it is.
It's underway, not underway on the website as yet.
Caught us out a little bit. Here is the hybrid version of Wayne Mardle and Chris Mason all in one. Good afternoon, Lee.
Afternoon, how are we doing?
Good, mate, you?
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Good stuff. I'm just teeing up some bits as well because we've been caught out a little bit here. They've gone early.
Yes, they have. Lucky us. I'll tell you what, they've gone early, and Labanauskas has flown out of the blocks. He is a 8-8 away from an opening leg break against the Simon Whitlock throw. Mashall, the first leg of the day on the board for the Lithuanian, and it's against the Simon Whitlock throw, and he's straight back in the treble in leg 2.
Yeah, and Luke Humphreys has also taken the opener on board 3, and Max Hop on board 4. Let's just sort ourselves out here, guys, because play was underway quicker than what we thought. So I'm looking after board 1 when it goes live. Gob on board 2, Lee board 3, and Cam is looking after board number 4.
Labanauskas has bought his scoring boots here, boys. He's had a 180 in each of the first 2 legs. I think Ross, the visits he's backed up with have just been steady, a few tons. This one looking like that's another ton, just flat tons all over the place. But he's in position to hold solid here. He just left 1-2-1 after 9 in leg 2. Lucky D is absolutely flying.
Yeah, 100%.
Have anybody seen on Live Darts Data instead of Dart Connect? You know, it gives you the suggested checkout route in the top.
Yeah.
Has anybody seen what Live Darts Data recommends you to do for 1-2-1?
No.
Treble 17, treble 10, double 20.
Oh yeah, that old way.
How did you not guess?
They've been to the Jose de Souza School of Fishing.
How has that happened? Now Live Darts Data is all over the place. No, it's not. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, just got some in the chat room. Rich says, how long do you think Ass is going how long do you think Ass will force it? Look, we've said it a lot on the show that I think he's the one more than anyone at all that has missed the crowds more than anyone because he just buzzes off of them. I think once we've got some fans back in, we'll see the best of Aspinall. Agree, guys?
Yeah, I agree. Look, he changed his equipment because of the lack of fans. A lot of players are saying that the arenas they're playing in are cold, and that's because the fans aren't there. But I don't know. The equipment change says that he's searching to hold on to something. He's very much likes the underdog mentality, I think, and that's only good for a certain amount of time because once you won from the underdog position so much, you're not an underdog anymore. You're a favourite. And he needs to learn to live with that pressure.
Agreed. Going to come and have a look. Can I come to you first of all, Lee? Board 3, how are we looking?
Yeah, so 3 leads in, 3 hole to throw, 17, 14 and 16 dart leads. We've seen a couple of 180s, one from each player. But both looking comfortable on their own throw here. Luke Humphreys has got an opportunity on this here, 227. Oh, it's only 60. So both players are on 167 after 9. So Ryan sole favourite for another holder throw. Steady start by both players, both averaging in the 90s. As I said, we've had a couple of 180s, but a bit of inconsistent storing around it. But still early on in this one.
But Cam, on board 4, Max Hop in complete control. Got no audio from Cam. We'll come back to board 4 when we get him in.
Good start.
Tell you what, Live Darts Data is all over the place. Apparently, it was just one left 30 darts. Caught that in yesterday. not working the way it's supposed to.
Have we
Like
got
that
any
from
audio
Lebanon,
from me?
so Phil. We have audio from you, Cam.
Have you? Fantastic.
Yeah.
Right. As I was saying, Max Hop's absolutely fine. He's had 2 surplus checkouts already. 100 in leg 2 and then a 116 to break for the second time in leg 3. He's just coming to the board now for 68 for a hold to go 4-0 in front. Doesn't take it.
Interesting.
Will get a chance at the 120. Can't take that out. So 3 darts now at 32. Max Hop, who's averaging 100 as well. He started really well in this game. And takes out in 2 darts, 4-0 lead.
Could be interesting. Max Hop probably needs this run here. He's been disappointing of late, but made a lot of technical changes to his game. So that's interesting. But God, we're going to come back to you. Whitlock has turned it around.
Yeah, he's 2-1 up at the minute. I'm not really sure what happened in leg 2. Like I said, the scoring system was playing up. Labanowskis is making a right hash of leg 4 here as well. 65. He's done a Danny Baggish. He's hit the bullseye 7 and gone inside. Whitlock wants 112 maybe. I think he's left 30. He's hit the double 5 instead of tops. Labanowskis has bust the score of 4 again, inside on 2 and inside on the 1. Yeah, neither player covering themselves in glory at the minute, but Whitlock has just taken a 3-1 lead.
On board 3, 6 legs in, and they can't be split.
Yeah, so after 4, we have 4 consecutive holes. Now we've had back-to-back breaks. So Solbroth within 14 darts, which include the 180. Then we've had another 180 in this one, and we've seen an 11-dart lead from Humphreys. And Searle has started this one with a 180 as well for another good break opportunity, leaving 2-2-1 after 6 now with Humphreys 3-4-2. So can't be split. However, it's not the holds of throw that we was having earlier on. We are seeing breaks in this one now.
Good stuff. Well, I'm just watching the stream and going into the 5th leg. The board's not battered yet.
It's holding up okay. There's still time as ever with the Wizards involved. Look, it's definitely coming apart a little bit more than it would be if it was other players, but it's holding up a lot better than normal.
Yeah.
Simon Whitlock cannot miss the treble right now. 140, 180, 81 to leave 100 after 9 on throw here in leg 5 as well. And a wild dart in the 5 with the attempt at 100. Fortunately for him, Labanowskis is miles back. I live closer. It's gone turn 43-41. Despite that good opening leg from Lucky D, he looked good in leg 2 as well and probably should have won leg 4. He's 3-1 down, about to be 4-1 down. He's in no man's land. Even for 180 to leave himself on 137. He's about to face up with 4-1 behind.
We're going to come to you, Lee. We've got a time finish on board 3.
Yeah, so as I said, Seoul started that lead 7 with a 180, looking likely to break. But Luke Humphries steps in and takes out a 1-2-1 with Ryan Seoul sitting on a finish. We've just seen Seoul hold his throw, but once then in this lead 9, so we are 4 repeats, but once then in lead 9 against the throw, Ryan Seoul starts with a 180. So he's putting more and more pressure on this Humphries throw. Humphries can only hit back-to-back 100s. So there's another opportunity here if Seoul can push on with his scoring in this one. That's his 5th 180, I think, for Ryan Seoul in the first 9 legs.
Good stuff.
Just burgled leg number 5 from Whitlock. Wizard finds himself on double 1 and Labanowski strikes with a 78 checkout. This is a weird game to start. It's not. Neither man has really found their full range as yet. That being said, Labanowski has just fired in a 180 to open leg number 6.
Just going into the chat room, Dan, Simon Whitlock actually provides a lot of dart players with points now. They literally sets of darts so he can put the points in. I know Dobes was using them at the Masters. I haven't seen him on a stream yet to confirm he's using them again. Simon, how are we doing in the chat room? Hope everyone is well on this Saturday afternoon. Going to come back to you, Lee. Luke Humphries in front again.
Yeah, so he's just done in front with a 12-star hole. Very good Damien, 99 plays, 103 on the average. Ryan Seoul can't take out 1-2-8 to old throw. So just before we go into the Eastville, lead, Luke Humphries has left 4 after 9, until 21. So Ryan Seoul is now coming back for the tops. If Ryan Seoul can take this out, we are all level into the break. Yes, he can. So 5 all in this one. Very, very good down by both players. Some high scoring from both players. We currently have 100 average by Luke Humphries, 103 by Ryan Seoul. We've had a couple of breaks to throw, but very, very tasty down to open proceedings on board 3.
Right, Bob says, Phil, can you explain the Whitlock points thing in 30 seconds? Are they different, better? Right, I'll give it a go. Right, one, they aren't a point. They are made from, he's got 2 setups that he switches between. One is made from an Allen key and one is made from a wood filing kind of thing that he files and grinds down and makes them into a point. He says it's his opinion that where he believes the unicorn boards are soft, with a normal point, his dart goes in, and where it's soft, it goes flatter, where he wants them upright. He says using what he makes, his darts stand to attention and stay there, which is why he does them. But the downside is, where they are so aggressive, they rip the sisal out of the board. I think I've got there.
I'll tell you what, boys. I told you our Whitlock was about to go 4-1 up. He didn't take that leg, and Labanowski has won 3 on the spin. He now leads 4-3. He turned it around spectacularly. Scoring from Labanowski in the last couple of legs has been superb. 145. Solid.
Kiss of death on him there. Third ton plus finish for Max Hop there. Takes out a 106 this time. Now leads 6-2. His scoring had fallen off a little bit, but that was a better leg from him again there.
They're rattling through it. Yeah, Dan in the chat room says there's been a pause in the Seoul game on Dark Connect. That's because they've reached 10 legs, mate. There is a pause at 10 legs. Locked in at 5 apiece. Lee, give us an update on that one so far.
Yeah, very good performance by both players. As I said, we've just had 2 breaks to throw in this one. Ryan Sol is averaging 103 and Louis Humphries 100. We've had 7 180s in the 10 legs. Good scoring from both players. And as you said, yeah, they've just on the break. I would expect it to start, then they've probably been done now about a minute and a half. So I expect it to start then in the next 30 seconds to a minute. I expect this to go pretty close. Not going to say it will go all the way to an hour, but I would expect it to go pretty close as both players are playing very well this weekend.
Yeah, just a couple of people talking on the audio. We're trying to get something sorted as we speak, guys, so just bear with us. Thank you very much.
Ooh. Simon Whitlock's just taken out 1-2-4 to break the throw of Darius Labanauskas. Labanauskas sat on 96. And Whitlock steps in treble 20, treble 14, double 11. Tell you what, Bardi, while you try and tinker and fix some things as well, I've got eyes on the crossface game that is underway on stage 1 as well. An absolute horror show on the finishing. Rob Cross eventually getting over the line, hitting double 1 after James Wade got inside on double 3. Cross doubled his managed winning leg 2, so he's 2 up. Wade has the darts in leg 3, but is under pressure again. And Whitlock on board 2, leads with a 14 dart leg, checks out 36 in 2, and he's 5 up on Labanauskas. There's a break after this leg, as John Rowland would tell us on commentary, and it's when you feel Labanauskas needs to win to stay in this.
On board 3, we are back underway. Luke Humphries takes the 11th leg. Ryan Sol was in control of this one against the throw with a 180 and a 140 to start the leg. Per story, and he missed the dart at ball to take out the 1-2-4, leaving 25. He then came back, missed 2 at double 8, and that would have been for a break. But Humphries then steps in, takes it at 93. So Luke Humphries moves in front, 6-5. We are on throw in this one, and Ryan Sol has got a nice lead, 123 points in front in leg 12.
as it's all going. I'm not deliberately being quiet, guys. I'm just working on some technical stuff.
Well, if you want me to just come in at this point, we have, for the first time today across the board, back-to-back 180s. Ryan Searle against the throw. Fourth time he's done this, is it a 180 against the throw? Oh, I believe he's missed double 12 on the outside for a 9 would have been the third of this weekend. He then takes it out in 10. So for Ryan Searle, he won't mind that he's missed it because he has wrapped this lead up in 10, and it is a break of throw. But I believe from the store that Ryan Searle would have missed one outside. I'm sure we'll see in the chat room or someone on social media will tell me if he did miss it or if he's just set it up. But Ryan Searle does break throw with a 10 dart leg.
On the main stage, Rob Cross takes the opening session 3-2 against the machine, James Wade. Come back to you, Lee. Humphreys breaks straight back.
Yeah, 15 dot break straight back. It's been a brilliant game. I know we spoke. Heard you speak earlier. Sorry about what game should be on the boards, what game should be on the streams. But this one is one I would definitely have liked to have seen. With Humphreys averaging 100, Ryan Searle on 104. We've seen plenty of 180s. I think it's at 10 in this in 14 leads. And Luke Humphreys has now put himself in a position in this one, leaving 1-2-4 after 12 to hold throw. So after that 10 darter by Ryan Searle, it just hasn't been at the same level that it's been for the rest of the game in these past two legs. Humphreys looks like he's going to turn it round and now 8-7 in front. But what I will say in this one, it's been that close. There hasn't been any player who's been in front by more than one leg in this game so far, as Luke Humphreys now moves 8-7 in front.
The former world youth champion doing bits and bobs this afternoon over on stage number 3. Just disconnecting slightly to see if we can sort his speed issue out. We will keep you posted. Lamauskas and Whitlock underway again on stage number 2, tied at 5 apiece. Cam, I'm going to come to you. What's going on? Oh, go on. What have you got for us quickly, Lee?
Luke Humphreys has just done a 12 dart break to throw. So it's stepping at that point. All as I said, very good day in this one. No one's been more than one lead in front until this stage. Luke Humphries now moves in front with a 9-7 lead and has got the throw in this one. Averages in this 102, 103. It's been a brilliant game of darts to open proceedings on this board, and it's been very quick. Looking at the other games that are playing, we are in front of this one, but Luke Humphries has done 100, 180 on throw in this one, finds himself 9-7 in front and just one away.
I'm going to come to you. Max Hopp had it all his own way in the early stages, but Peter Jake's fighting back.
He did, yeah. It was looking like we might not even get a mid-game break in this one at one point, as Hopp raced into a 5-0 lead. His scoring's fallen off a little bit, though. He was averaging up around 100 at that point. He's down at 91 now. Peter Jake's has been pretty consistent throughout. Just got it back within a leg now, taking out 20 and 2 darts there as well. Yeah, he's just been steady. He's up to 92 on his average now, and Max Hopp is getting embroiled in a battle that it didn't look like he was going to be in.
Main stage is coming back now. James Way took the opener on throw. Oh, no, sorry, Rob Cross broke, and he's now thrown for a 4-2 lead. But Lee, we're going to come back to you. We've got a first result of the day on board number 3.
Yeah, what a performance by Luke Humphries. And he finished it in style, went 100, then back-to-back 180s to leave 41 after 9. Did miss 2 darts at a double at that stage by storing 9 and then missing 2 at double 16. Then missed another 2, but was able to find it with the last dart. So wrapped it up in 15. Searle, it was his worst lead by far, but what a performance by both players. We have Humphries down through with a 102 average. Searle with a 101, losing 101 average. And we had 13 180s in that game. So a brilliant start on board 3. Hopefully that will continue for me for the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, on stage number 2, Simon Whitlock has held, and he's got the Labanauskas throw in some trouble here in leg 12. Leaves 60 with a Labanauskas on 176. I'm watching the stream, so obviously you can see in front of me what goes on here, but I'll tell you what he hits in a second. Oh, he's gone the orthodox route for 60. He's on 119 and pinned tops. But we're going to come to you, Cam, on 4. We've got a level game.
We have 1-2-1 checkout from Peter Jakes there. Max Hopp's already had 3 ton pluses, I think, himself. And we've had a 4th now in the match as Peter Jakes levels things up. And I did not see this coming in the early stages.
Yeah, Labanauskas bang in trouble here. Whitlock broke, and then he started with a maximum on throw. The little Lucky D Lithuanian is in a whole world of trouble here, but he's fighting. Doesn't know when he's beat. Remember, these two produced an absolute belter of a game at the World Championships. Go on.
I'm now watching the one that you're watching. Whitlock on back-to-back 180s.
Yeah. And Labanauskas produced that stunning 164 finish at the Worlds. But can the Wizard? No. Anyway, how dare this go potentially not the distance with George Noble refereeing this one? Have you not read the script?
There's still time, yeah.
How many was it yesterday? Was it 10?
7, I think, wasn't it? 7 out of 12.
Yesterday afternoon this was. Dominic asked in the chat room, who's throwing first, or who's got the top game?
In the Max Hopp game, Peter Jakes has the throw. And he's just gone in front for the first time in the match as well with another ton plus finish. Shanghai that time.
Yeah.
And Leeds having been 5-0 down.
Yeah, so the stats from George Noble's afternoon, this was when he was on stage 2. 12 matches, 7 going 6-5, a total of 119 legs, an average of 10 legs per match. I won't read you how it finished because we're not past the watershed. James Wade has completely spun the game around on the main stage on ITV. He now leads 4-3, trailed 3-2 at the break. But he's off and running is the machine. Cross 1, 2, 7. And funny enough, Paul Hinks is officiating this one. Could we have the 1, 2, 7 again? No. Missed double A. So
You certainly jinxed it, Phil.
yeah. But Wade, 1, 2, 1 on the other hand. Wants double 14. Wading at its finest. Rob Cross misses a dart for the 1, 2, 7. James Wade, 1, 2, 1. You know the rest.
Never in doubt.
Prime wading. Absolute prime. But again, come and say hello in the chat room, everyone. Don't be shy. Any questions? We will try and get them answered as best we can, like we did the Whitlock point. And explained why he does it. And look, forget the board situation. If he feels that that's best for his darts, you can't really blame him, can you?
Exactly that. If it's better for Whitlock, why wouldn't he do that? We was talking yesterday, quite a lot yesterday, about Peter Wright, about his change of darts, but he does it because he believes it's best for him. We know what it's doing for him, but Whitlock, he's got a situation where he's found darts that he's very comfortable with. Yes, it has an impact and a huge impact on the board, but if he's comfortable with it, why would he change?
Yeah. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's nothing to say that he can't use those points, so why shouldn't he?
Yeah. No,
He's just on one away as well on that board. Obviously, that's one that Dob is looking over, but having a few technical issues with Dob at the moment. But Whitlock has just moved one away and he's 9 sits up in that one. On board 3, we are now underway on game 2. Due to the quick first aim between Humphries and Searle, we are underway on match 2 on board 3, and Callum Ridds takes on Martin Clearmatter. So Ridds, who had 6 leads on the bench yesterday, I believe, could have been more against Wattamina to beat him 10 sits. And Clearmatter came through a game against Jamie Hughes yesterday. Not a great game at all. Certainly not a Sky Sports classic one, as we like to say, between Clearmatter and Jamie Hughes. But they are both through. Ridds and Clearmatter are underway, and Callum Ridds has got the throw, which is being pressured in the early stages of this one.
Yeah. I'm going to come back to Cam. Max Hop led.
Yeah.
Press the self-destruct button, but he's in front again.
He's just broken. He missed the bullseye for an 81 check out, but then Peter Yates couldn't take out 119. Hop came back and cleaned it up in 2 darts there to break throw and go back in front. He definitely needed them last 2 legs. He was in a world of trouble up until that point.
Yeah. Simon says in the chat room, doesn't look like Whitlock going to take this out. Well, so I thought Wade was unlucky not to get into the Premier League. He made 2 finals. Yeah, I think if anyone else had made 2 finals, they probably would have been in. Fair assessment, guys?
100%. 100%, mate.
So.
Oh, just a step in. If you an early update on the Clay Matty used yesterday, we had so many missed doubles. After the break, they had about 15 each. Talon Ridge has just won this one in 27 darts. Both Clay Matty was on a double first. He missed around 9 darts. He did bust double once. So I'm not sure if he missed them all or at what stage he bust. Talon Ridge himself missed 7, but it is Ridge who takes it. But in the early stage of this one, from such a the Dame we had first on this board, we are currently averaging 56 and 62. It can only get better on this board.
Good arrows, good arrows.
Like watching me yesterday, that.
Yeah. Got another one.
No, they're better than
Kyle
that.
says,
Well, yeah, that's true.
I'll tell you what, God, we've got you back, and we've got some speed as well by the look of it. Well, welcome to the digital world.
Mate, I'll give up. I'll genuinely give up.
Yeah, no, it's coming through now, and I've got good speed from you.
Yeah, I'm still running at a
You're
fifth
now-
of what I should be getting from my provider, but it works now.
Yeah. Yeah, got time to answer this one. Someone says, why is Rob Cross in the Premier League? Because when it was picked, he's top 4 in the world and top 4 automatic qualification, mate. That's why. Would he be in if he wasn't? Probably not. But, Bob, you started this game. I'll let you potentially finish it. Whitlock is on a finish for the match.
Yeah, he was on 1-2-4. He just hit 63 to leave 61. Is back on 1-5-6. Whitlock has just found an extra gear since the break. We've seen it a couple of times over the last few days, but since 5-5, Whitlock has just taken the game away from Labanauskas. That being said, chance of Labanauskas, just 25 scored from Whitlock, so he's missed 2 on the outside of 18s possibly. Whitlock would need the Barney signature shot though if he is going to save his skin here. Yeah, both those misses were on the outside for Simon. A ton from Labanauskas, leaves more 56. And Whitlock busts 36. That one's come straight back at me incredibly quickly. He could be blowing this opportunity here. Labanauskas wants 56 to go 9-8. He'd be throwing to level us up. And like you said earlier, Phil, who's refereeing on stage number 2?
Yeah.
56 goes in 2 darts from Labanauskas. 9-8. We are not done yet on stage number 2. Nice clean finish from Labanauskas. And he's throwing to send us to a noble leg.
We're going to drop down to board number 4, Cam. Is Max Hopp on the verge?
He's got an opportunity. He's just coming to the board for a 1 or 4 now. He's already had 3 ton plus finishes in the match. This would be a 4th, and it would wrap the game up if he can find it. 88 scored, leaves 16. He may well have missed a dart for the match. Peter Jake's coming back for 24. Takes it out in 3, so we're still going in this one. Max Hopp now has the throw to try and wrap it up 10-8.
We're going to come back to stage number 2 with you, Gob. Labanauskas was back on throw. His throw is under pressure here.
He is under pressure here. Whitlock's not effectively broken. He's 32 points ahead after 9 darts. So a big visit here from Labanauskas, and he's still very much in control of this leg. A 60 leads him on 192. Whitlock on 220. you'd expect him to be first to a finish here, barring an absolute disaster. That's not a disaster. A 1.34 leaves the Wizard on 86. Labanauskas needs at least a ton, but I'd say a ton 40 minimum here to pressure this 86 for the Wizard. He gets a ton. He leaves himself on 92. Quick as a flash, Whitlock scored 61. He's missed a dart at the bullseye for the match. He's missed more match darts. Labanauskas wants 92 to send us to a decider. And we'll just wait while Dart Connect catches up. That bullseye was not a million miles away from Simon Whitlock. And the 92 goes in 3 darts. We said it at the start of the game, Phil. George Noble is on stage. And after his performance in the first session yesterday, 7 of 12 matches went the distance, 119 legs in 12 games of darts. George Noble has got himself a decided leg to open play here on Saturday morning.
Cam, we're going to come to you on 4 match darts.
Yep. No. Peter takes out 60, and we're going all the way in this one. We have a noble leg here as well. On that one as well, Peter Jakes has the throw now, courtesy of winning the bull.
Going to jump to Gob quickly, Gob, because Whitlock on throw has been magnificent here.
Yeah, back-to-back 140s to open the leg. You can't really ask for a lot more on your throw. And then he chucks in a 180. He just left 41 after 9 in the decided leg. He's already missed a handful of match darts in the last 2 legs. But barring at least a 140 and a miraculous checkout here from Labanauskas, the Lithuanian is 91 from him. So at least 6 from 41 from Whitlock. He's got to get over the line now. And he does so with an 11 dart leg. That's a superb way to wrap up the match after missing match darts in the previous couple of legs. The Wizard, Simon Whitlock, is in the hat for the 5th round.
The Wizard marches on. These two always produce good games. We saw it at the Worlds. And Gob, I just saw the 92 finish that he took out to send us to the Noble. That arm extension, when it's a big finish, he did it at the Worlds. He just leaves it there. That's just to say, you know, lads, you know.
Yeah, I love that from Labanauskas. He's not the most vocal, but I love that. He lets players know he's there. And I'll tell you what, I've been very impressed. Something that we've been speaking about a lot over the last couple of weeks. It's the setup play from the very first start. Labanauskas is one of the only players I've seen do this recently after we've started talking about it. He uses the treble 17 bed. Very impressive. At the start, like 97, he hit a 137 earlier instead of a 139. He switched down to the 17s. He's setting up the leg and he's thinking about it from the very first start. And I really, really like that from Labanauskas.
Cam, we're going to come to you. Must be close.
Yeah. 180 from Peter. The leg 45, 40, 54 has gone 140, 180 to leave 42, and he will get a chance at it now. Max Hop's back on 73. So Peter Jakes for a stunning win from where he was a couple of times that he's behind and takes it out 2 darts. 42 is gone, and so is my bet.
There we have it. Right. Good time to have a quick ad break. We'll be back on the other side of this. Welcome back to Online Darts, everyone. Here we are, UK Open Live 2021. And we are pleased to have you along for another live stream with us. Of course, 4 boards in action. It was 8 yesterday. but we are here to keep you up to speed over everything that's going on. If you're new to us, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Massively appreciate your support, and turn notifications on so you don't miss any of the upcoming action here at Online Darts. Some big news. Max Hop was 5-0 up, but he's been pinned back and he's been defeated. The bookies absolutely loving that result. But 2 more games warming up. James Wade up on the main stage, probably about to go 8-5. If you stay with me, James Wade tops. Normally we know the score. Tops to 10s. Wadey's den. Oh, he's come inside. 5s. Yeah, there's never a doubt. James Wade now leads Rob Cross by 8 legs to 5. You know the drill. Wade just
I'm going to kill him.
doing what James Wade does.
I mean, he's got away with it, Barty, but 2-6-5 when he started on the 20s.
Yeah.
No, James.
Yeah.
No. No.
Come on, James. You know better than that. Come on, James. You know better
Don't
than
get
that.
wrong. First dart in, second dart high, third dart treble 18. Superb visit. But what are you doing, man?
Yeah.
Be better.
%, showing a scroll through social media as well while we get our breath back, ladies and gentlemen. What's your thoughts so far? Dan says Rid's struggling. Well, we'll find out. We'll come to Lee from the northeast.
Yeah, Rids isn't playing well at all here. He finds himself 5-3 behind against Clay Mather. Clay Mather has took out finishes of 107 and 146 in this one. But up until, I think it was lead 4, Rids was averaging just 61. He has improved on that now. He's around the 81 mark, but his scoring just so inconsistent. It's a 137 and 95 in this, but also stores of 46 and 60. Just seeing if he can take this out to hold. No, we can't. He had 79 left and couldn't take it out. So Clay Mather has got an opportunity here on 60 to those 6-3 in front and another break. And Mike Clay Mather takes it. I watched his game yesterday against Jamie Hughes, and the doubling in that was terrible, to put it lightly. But Clay Mather is certainly taking his chances today. Finds himself 6-3 up against Talon Rids. And Clay Mather's now got the throw for a 7-3 lead going into the break.
Cool. Right. Doc, I'm going to leave you in charge. Just got to take a quick call. We'll be back in a sec.
I love when you do this to me, honest. A few in the chat room as well. Go on, Peter, get in. Hello, lads, a bit earlier on as well. What do you reckon to Chizzy last night? I thought Chizzy was pretty solid. I don't think he did anything miraculous last night. And I tweeted after the game as well. Look, I was one of the first people to say that MVG was in a bit of a crisis, and perhaps he wasn't. So perhaps I'm being a little bit overreactionary, boys. But I think Wright's in a crisis now. The tinkering's backfired. The search for perfection that simply doesn't exist. And I just think he's gone too far now. I don't think there's a way back for Peter Wright, if you like.
Big shout, that is, Dob. Big shout. I think there is a way back, but he needs to understand. He needs to understand himself. He's done a change. I don't think he's ever going to stop changing, but the amount he's changing is just too.
That's the problem
just
for
too
me.
much.
I don't get why he's
It's just too much
now. I think he's
if
literally
he had,
overchanging it. He's not giving him a chance to find form with a set of darts, and they're out the window, or he's changed them halfway through a game like he did yesterday. Changed them for a leg and straight back again. Like, that's too much. It's excessive now. And going up on stage with multiple sets of darts in his hand, that for me means he's never ever going to settle with the ones he's got. If he goes up on stage or he takes multiple sets of darts to an event, in the back of his head, he's always looking, right, are these going one off? Do I need to get the other ones out? if he's taken him up on stage with him, he's not convinced of his equipment before he's even picked up a dart. And that's a silly, silly place to be in this sport.
Yeah, completely agree.
I think,
can't be in a position.
like I said, he's always changed. He's always changed his darts. It's just the level that he's changed them. The amount of times he changed yesterday, the amount of times he changed in the Super Series. It's just the amount. It's becoming like changes within games. We've seen him change mid-tournament how many times. So there's way too many changes in that. But from a Tuesday point of view, he done what he had to do yesterday and was impressive. It wasn't, I'd say, it's the Tuesday of sort of the World Championship performance against MVG, but he done enough. It didn't have to be. Just a quick update on board 3 as we've gone into the break here. Clay Mathers on 7-3 in front against Callum Reitz, which just isn't finding it at all and is in real danger of getting knocked out in this one.
Yeah. Daryl Gurn has just gone 1 up on board 2. Ava Gabriel Clemens, a 13-dart leg for Super Tim. Both players chucked in a maximum in that one. I don't have the live scores, but I've got the live, semi-live feed. It's on ITV4. James Wade is 1 away against Rob Cross. So I've tuned into that one to see if I can call in that result before PB gets back. Cross has opened that leg on throw with a 180, though. There's 4. There's 5. There's 6. Rob Cross is on a 9-dart leg. It might already have missed by now, knowing me. But this is what I'm getting from ITV player on my phone. He wants 141.
Yeah.
He misses.
You are just a little behind, Dob.
Cheers, Rob. Yeah, just a bit. I thought so. It's all right. Anyway, Rob Cross wins leg number 16. James Wade is now throwing for the match on stage number 1.
What start on that one? 137, 180 for Wade.
All right, you call it in. Thanks. I'll watch stage 2.
PB's back now.
I haven't even seen Cross win the leg yet.
PB was watching that from the top of his stairs. He was waiting to call it in. He's come down at the perfect time with Wade on 184 for the game. I know what PB's done.
Timing, lads. Timing.
As
we say that, Rob Cross finds the maximum to put pressure, and Wade's missed a big number, Gob. Wade has missed a big number.
Don't miss the big number.
He's recovered, he's done it the orthodox way. James Wade gets over the line, recovers a missed number, big missed number missed. And the former champion of the world is gone, beaten by the machine.
Wadey baby.
God, what's your thoughts on the James Wade logo on the back of his shirt?
What is the license plate?
Yeah.
I like it.
It's pants.
Do you not think that? Yeah, I like the idea of it.
Wadey is not ever going to be the most excessive shirt person in the world. Neither is Gary Anderson. I'm not going to sit here and slag him off. He's got a tartan sleeve. That's it. That used to be plain black, for Christ's sake.
Yeah,
They're just two players that are very comfortable in their get-up.
I like the concept, but could it be done better is what I'm saying. It just looks like someone's just gone and stuck it on.
Maybe a couple of the letters could be numbers as
like
well.
the
And
shirt
that
he's
sort of
wearing.
way.
Looks a bit like the shirt he's wearing is just like a cheap Primark work shirt.
At the end of the day, if that's what's comfortable for him, that's what's comfortable for him. Mark Barilli used to throw a black shirt. Do you remember him, Phil?
Yeah.
Coach Stompy the same. So look, I don't think James Wade is overly concerned about being the most aesthetically pleasing person on the eye. He wears his shoes. If you question him about his shoes, he goes, if you have to ask, do you get a loss? Because I absolutely love that response as well. He's very comfortable with what he does and how he does it. He wins 10 to dart. I agree on the license plate. The only thing I can say about license plate is perhaps that there should be a few more numbers in there, so it looked like a license plate. But in terms of a throwback to his skill set from before darts, he was a mechanic. Yeah, brilliant. Like it. I think there are some shirts on the market that try and be overly complex. There are some, if you've got a dartboard on your shirt or a picture of your own face, you want shooting at birth.
Yeah, as we discussed last week.
Dartboard on the split screen next to it. Why do I need to know you've got a dart on your shirt? You're not going to wear it to Sainsbury's, are you? Well, I wonder what he does for a living.
No, I don't dislike the concept. I just think what do you mean? Don't get what in any other sport?
You don't get it in any other sport where the kits or attire that the sportsmen wear have an image of the sport they're playing. The Wales rugby shirt doesn't have a H goal and a Johnny Wilkinson about to kick the ball over the top of it, does it? Like, it's just daft.
Well, the Wales one wouldn't, no.
Well, I know, I realised that was a bad choice at international level in terms of an example. It's the same.
Bob says, I fear a nuclear bomb could wipe out the entire Earth, and James Wade would go to the next TV event the following week and play exactly this. He just does what he does. If you don't average around the ton mark, he will beat you. But if you go and average 105 plus, you will beat him. He's one of those ones that you know, if you're not at a level, you will get beat by him 100%.
Dan says they do the same thing in bowling with the shirts. That tells you everything you need to know about the sport of in bowling.
I'll just jump in. We've got 6 perfect darts from Devon Peterson on board 4.
Again, he did that twice yesterday. Not expecting anything
Oh,
from him.
He's missed outside. Double 12.
That nearly went really well then, didn't it?
Devon. Yeah, I thought you jinxed it perfectly in terms of actually getting us one there.
I tried.
Takes it out in 2 darts anyway. It's a 11 dart break throw. He leads 3-1 over Scott Wapes now.
ZZ asks in the chat room, what website are you guys using again? It is tv.dartconnect.com, mate. We are scrolling through. We're going to come to you, Lee. Callum Ridge, is there a fight back or is Clearmaker making hay while the sun shines?
Yeah, Clearmaker's just performing on his throw, and that's all he needs to do. Currently finds himself 8-5 up, so since the break, we've just had 3 holes to throw. But Clearmaker on his throw now, done 180, 140, in control of this lead with Ridge back on 275. Clearmaker now on 138 with a 43 score. But he's just done enough on his own throw, averaging around 88. I don't think that was much different to what he got yesterday than Jamie Hughes. But Ridge is just so inconsistent. Clearmaker's just doing enough on his own throw. Just want to stay with me. He's just at 58 to leave 80. Then Ridge put some pressure on. Yes, he can. 134. Probably sums up Ridge this lad. 118. Then in between, he's done 86, 60, and then 134. Can Clearmaker take it out? Yes, he can. Clearmaker moves one away. I know Ridge rolled off quite a few leads back to back yesterday. Then Watamina. Not sure if he was about 6. Well, he needs 5 today, and then Clearmaker. Clearmaker's 9-5 up.
On the brink, Ridge needs to win 5 on the spin. Can he? Absolutely, will he? What we've seen today, unlikely. But board 4, Cam, Scott Waits has pulled one back, only 3-2 behind now.
He has. It's only, as we always know, it's only a breaker throw if you manage to hold. Devon Peterson hasn't done that. We're back on throw at 3-2. I'll be honest, I missed what actually happened at the end of that leg, but Scott Waits won it.
Stan Cami, there's been a substitution. Has there? Oh, I thought he was just going off.
Can currently see the game happening over Webby's shoulder on ITV at the moment. Not quite well enough to see what's happening on the board.
Peter Jakes enjoyed that one.
Justin a thumb in at the point of Callum Ridge. Callum Ridge holds in lead 15, but Clay Matter, who's 9 sits up, just one away, has done 180, 60, 180. Ridge started the lead with a 180 himself, but Tinson has done 196. Can Clay Matter take out 121? No. So it's 72 to lead 49. Ridge needs this 125. Can Callum Ridge take it? This would be one break to throw. No, he can't. Just a score of 75. So Clay Matter's got 49 left for the match. His Dublin's been a lot better today, and he cleans this up with his first start as a double. 49 to wrap this up. 89 average for Martin Clay Matter. And a bit of a surprise for me, but Clay Matter beats Callum Ridge 10 sits.
Yeah, just looking at the ITV coverage, it's quite weird that today they've got a referee and a marker on the 2 outside boards.
It makes sense. Just a second pair of eyes can't hurt, can it? They've got the manpower. They spread 2 and 3 and 4 further apart, or are they still just at one end of the room?
No, they're next to each other. It looks like they're taking.
Yeah, they've taken a board from in between them, I think. Dob, looking at that. That's why I only filled them top the boards out, so they're not right next to each other. There is a little bit of a gap between them instead of what they had yesterday.
That makes sense. Good stat from Owen in the chat room, by the way. Rob Cross has lost to the eventual winner in all of the last 5 years playing in this tournament. Could this be Wadey's year? Oi, oi, that's a stat I can get behind.
Yeah, of course you think that's a good start.
I hope not.
Well, only if it comes true this year.
I'll
tell you what, there was. Clemens, on board number 2, has turned it around. He was 3-1 down to Daryl Gurney. Checkouts of 95, 1, 2, 3, and then he's just pinned double 10. Means the German leads 4-3. A couple of reminders from the Super Series. Clemens had the most ton plus checkouts of anybody over the 4 days. He hit 15 and was up there in the 180 count. 6 points up on the averages now as well over Gurney. He's finding a second gear at the minute by the looks of things.
Yeah. Just going through. Bob says they got nothing else to do, have they? Oh, no, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I just think they try to promote, like, or keep people away and everything like that, as in on stages. It's just like for COVID protocol, do they need to have them there? Is the only thing I'd say. The champ is on the stage, and this will be interesting to see how today wasn't overly pushed against Peter Hudson yesterday. just looking at the streamboard gob, super chin. I certainly think that he might have had a sneaky clipper from Joe Wright. He looks very trimmed.
Another one that looks
compared to
pretty swish in the old lead department. Looks how it normally does for Gurney. Clemens, however, mate, has been to your Instagram school of hairdressing by the looks of things.
He knows, doesn't he? He knows.
Couple of throwbacks thinking he's part of the T-Birds. You never know.
Hey,
it's not that bad, though.
Hey, you laugh. Obviously, I can't get a haircut until the 12th. Well, I probably could. But however, Steph thought it'd be funny to send me the old because it's getting that long.
Oh God.
Yeah, I've got one as well that can go in if need be.
Phil, we have replaced Phil Bars with Luke Pittering. That's what's happened there. Luke Pittering's joined us.
It's not quite long enough for it yet. However,
sorry, Luke, if you're listening. Sorry, Luke.
Give it another 3 weeks, and it probably will be long enough.
Devon Peterson has reeled in the big fish. Goes 5-3 up on Scott Waits.
Oh, so he can reel that one in, but he can't hit a 1-4-1. Sack him.
It's just not good enough, is it?
Give him a slap.
Bob says in the chat room, yeah, Bob, we've had this discussion before. I think we spoke about it on the live lounge, Gob. He said, guys, by the way, with the Peter Wright theory, if he had a set of darts that he likes scoring with and a set of darts that he likes doubling with, why not change during the leg? We had this discussion during the live lounge, I'm pretty sure, didn't we?
There's no rule against it. I just think there's that much chopping and changing about. You're going to lose your rhythm. There's no substitute for rhythm when you're playing well. Doesn't matter what you're doing. And I just think there's too much chopping and changing, too much meshing about, going to the table to swap darts, overthinking what you're going to do with your visit. If he's getting a setup visit where he's got to start trading around the board, or something like a 1-6-1 or a mid-range finish where he's got to hit random segments of the board that would be classed as scoring before the double, I just don't get what you do then. And I just think that's even more to overcomplicate something that doesn't need to be as complicated as he keeps making it. Darts is an easy game. Point and shoot at the target.
Fair one. Mark says, best hair on tour. Best hair on tour. Good question. Who has the best hair?
Peter Wright's got to be up there, even when it's not styled.
Right.
No, stop it now. Stop it.
It's not Dobie.
You just had a hairband in, Phil.
Right.
No,
I know
stop
it's
it.
not mine.
Stop it.
Climbing back in this class.
I know it's not my board, but I've got obviously the main stage on the telly. Is it just me, or is Rich Evans not looking that rapid today?
Sure, internet, mate.
He just seems to have just slowed down slightly.
Nah, Ryan, not for me, Ryan. So no way. That's not the answer.
No, not for me either.
Ryan
Gezi is
Meikle.
always-
The lads are barber.
Gezi- Yeah, I was going to say, Gezi and Ryan are always on point with their hair. It's always crisp, sharp. Always.
Yeah.
Yeah, one that didn't
Just a break.
to a club, but always did well. Jared Cole always has great.
So just as a break here on board two, and Clemens leads Gurney 6-4. 94. German is averaging 103 to Gurney's 94. That gap keeps getting wider at the minute. Gurney will return to throw to bring it back to 1, but you feel another break for Clemens here, and that really could spell trouble for Super Chin.
Yeah. Joe asks, opinion on Darren Webster. He's in serious danger of dropping like a stone. Yeah, look, he's got huge problems this year. He needs to find something and find something quick. Otherwise, he could be heading back to the Dream Factory in January.
Yeah, summed it up perfectly there. Best beard, its weight's 100%. Yeah, completely agree. That is magnificent at the minute.
Yeah, it's a beard to behold.
Yeah. You want to know what Scott Waits has been doing over lockdown? It's not shaving and playing darts, because he looks superb at the minute.
Yeah. Yeah. Scott Waits' beard is absolutely on point. Looking magnificent.
We are underway on board 3 between Alan Suter and Ron Meulenkamp. In lead 1, we had 3 180s between the players. Alan Suter getting 1, Meulenkamp in 2. Alan Suter missing a dart apple for a 1-6-1 out, and Meulenkamp then come back and held throw. So very good start from both players here. Suter in control of lead 2, looking likely to hold, but very good start, good scoring start, and very close to a 1-6-1 from Alan Suter early on in this one.
A lot of social media keep popping up. And Milan, I know no one's asking the chat room, but a lot of people on social media are asking why Gezi is wearing a Sky Sports logo on an ITV tournament. It's part of the players' PDC contracts that they sign every year that the world champion has to have Sky Sports logo on their shirt for the year. All other broadcasters know this, whether the darts are shown on ITV, The Zone, across the world or whatever, the world champion always has Sky Sports logo on their shirt for a year. Price looks to go 3-1 up, and he's broken the rapid Ricky. I'm sorry, it's gone 2-0. No, it's broke back. Get it right in a minute.
Darts Connect says Ricky Evans is 2-1 up, Philip.
Yeah, well, you know, interesting.
That'd be impressive if he's 3-1 up.
Interesting as well that he's throwing his old darts again, Evans. He's one that's been very, very undecisive about the darts he's throwing. $180. So again, come and say hello in the chat room.
Brad's
Welcome
just
along.
messaged us saying Evans just missed the big number. Can't do that against Gezi. You know where else you can't do that? Live on our show in the break today.
Yeah.
We're going for it.
James in the chat
It can't
room.
be worse than yesterday.
That's the same reason that I've just said. The Sky Sports sponsor is a compulsory thing for the world champion. So every player is allowed 4 of their own sponsors. Then you have the 2 tournament sponsors. Obviously, Ladbrokes and is it Just Eat this one or
Yeah, it's Just
or
Eat.
is it Selco? Just Eat. I say it's
Just
normally
Eat.
Selco, Just Eat, one of them. So you have 4 of your own, 2 tournament ones, but the world champion always has Sky Sports as the extra. He doesn't get any money for it or anything like that. It's a compulsory thing in the players' contracts.
they contribute to the World Championship prize fund, so they do get money for it. They just earn it by winning the World Championship, I guess.
Yeah. Then we come to board 3 lead man at the moment. Alan Suter is behind after 3 legs.
Yeah, he's not very storied at all in this one, really. Other than that early 180, he's just struggling along. We've just seen Ron Merlenkamp in 11 dart hold, and Alan Suter was back in the 200s. And on this one on throw, he's only done 60, 17, 100. Ron Merlenkamp's done 140, 100, 57. So Ron Merlenkamp's got a little bit of an advantage in this one. Let's see what Suter can do. I think 131 to leave 140. So getting better by Suter, but Ron Merlenkamp in the early stages of this, he's averaging 105. He's at 3 180s in the first 3 legs. He's left 104 rear after 12 if he comes back. Alan Suter's got 140. So if Alan Suter can take out the 140 to level this one up. If not, Ron Merlenkamp's going to have an opportunity at 104 to get an early break in this game. Alan Suter can only score 60. As I said, struggling with his trebles in this one early on. Ron Merlenkamp, can he take out 104 for a 15 dart break of throw? And a nice early lead in this one. Yes, he can. Ron Merlenkamp takes out the 104. He's averaging 104. He's 3-1 in front. And then the man in form that is Alan Suter.
Going to come to you, Cam, on board 4. Got a good one developing there after 11 legs.
Yes, we have break a throw from Scott Waits there to get us back on throw now. He'll now throw to try and level it up at 6 apiece. Yeah, really good game this. Both averaging sort of mid-90s. Devon's around about 96 and Scott just over 93. It's been a really good one to keep track of. And little slip at the start of this from Scott. It only kicks off 40 on throw. It'll be 85, so chance for Devon to try and get that break straight back.
Now again, a lot of people forget, Gob, that Scott Waits is actually a PDC televised title winner.
Yeah, Grand Slam. He's a 2-time BDO World Champion. The pedigree and the ability of the man is absolutely ridiculous. He's just one that made the switch a little bit too late, we feel. I know firsthand that he had discussions about moving over, but he's a joiner by trade and was in a very, very good spot in that aspect of his career at that point. And in the discussions where people were trying to convince him to move over, they said, can you, as far as I'm aware, this is how the story goes, the question Scott asked all of them was, can you guarantee to match the income I make as a joiner? Because if he wanted to move, he wanted to do it full-time and put every effort in, and no one could guarantee that, so he stayed exactly where he was, and I can't blame the man for that.
Yeah, 100%. Tell you what, over on stage 2, Chin is in a little bit of trouble here. Trails 7-5, and his throw is under severe examination here. Clements has effectively stolen the darts.
Yeah, he has. He's 6 behind, but is throwing now against the throw in this leg. So, yeah, like you said, he's pinched the darts, a 99 or better here from Clemens. That's not a ton, by the way. We'll leave him on a finish first. He's already a breaker throw up in this one as well. Gurney threw first in this match. Although that 180 there from Super Chin, superbly timed. Might keep him in the hunt for this one. But like I said, his throw is severely under pressure from Clemens here. Still averaging 102 is the German.
Well, I'll tell you what, that 180, a little bit of shoulder in there. He's fired it. Let's give him a little bit of there.
Firing up a little bit. And I tell you what, the setup to the throw has been superb. Oh, I'll tell you what, that 12 or 20 is brilliant from Gurney as well. He gets a double 10 last start in hand. Deliver emotions of war from Darryl Gurney there. He's fired up for this one. But Clemens, is, like I said, he has the break throw that he needed. He lost the bullseye. He's 7-6 up and throwing here. Gurney needs the break back, and then he can just hold for the rest of the match.
Yeah. Speaking of under pressure, I'm going to go to ball 3 and lead. There's no clear daylight from Meulenkamp.
Yeah, he's 4-1 in front in this one. Ron Meulenkamp averaging 106 and not doing a lot run. He's totally thrown his worst lead of the day, but this on the Suter throw. So Suter has put a 118 in this one, and he's left 66 after 12 with Meulenkamp back on 206. So Alan Suter, he's going to let one back on the board here. He's not playing too bad, averaging 93. Just some inconsistent scoring from him, really. And Meulenkamp is punishing that, as we had the big check out earlier from him, had a 13-dart holder throw just on Meulenkamp. But Suter, he's going to close this, I would think, to 4-2. But he's under a bit of pressure. Needs 2 breaks. In this one, Ron Meulenkamp won the ball.
Speaking of breaks, we were on throw on the main stage. First leg back after the break. Disaster for Ricky Evans. He's been broken by Gerwyn Price, and it's now 4-2 to the Iceman, who is also now throwing for 5-2 lead. I think, Gob, I can't remember too many. Price, what I call top pro, to use aluminium stems. Like the old-fashioned pub ones off the card.
No. I can't recall many either, to be honest.
Yeah.
Mervyn King used aluminiums.
Yeah.
I know because I boxed them up with a card this morning. They'll be going on the wall soon.
Yeah.
The thing I find about aluminiums is, no, the minute you put a dart in the end of it, they're buggered. The plastic you can get away with a little bit for. The minute you put it in aluminium, that's in trouble. And obviously, they don't sit right. You need the rubber band on the end of the thread, and if that's not there, they just untie all the time. So.
Yeah. 82 with his missed tops. So Evans looking at 154 to break back isn't going to go. Evans cover shooting is all over the place today. The radar isn't there. So Price looking at double 10. First die, and the world champion now has a 3-leg cushion over Rapid Ricky. We're going to come to you, Cam, on board for, speaking of daylight, Devon Peterson also has daylight now.
He does 8-5 in front on spot weights now. We've finally got a holder throw, though. We haven't had one for a while. He's left the fish now as well to go a leg away. See what sort of pressure weights can put it under. 140 leaves 89, so might have to go with this for Devon if he wants to take this leg and get over the line quickly. He's already found it once. $139. I'm assuming that's a missed dart at the bullseye. And weights doesn't take out 89, leaves 10. So Devon Peterson, 3 darts at 31 here to then go on and throw for the match. Takes it. 9-5, Devon Peterson, throwing for the game.
Peterson on the brink. Speaking of on the brink, God, we're going to come to you. Big moments here because Clemens has just missed a golden opportunity. Gurney still alive.
Yeah, very much so. Gurney had 3 in hand at 32. Split 2 of them. Went outside on 2 of them and split into the double 8, which allowed Clemens to return for an 85 checkout. Single 19, single 16, and he was on the wire of the bullseye just to the top right of it. It's set up really nicely, and Gurney returns to hit the double 8. So Clemens is still a break-up. He's throwing here for a 9-7 lead, but he could have been thrown for the match right now.
Interesting times for Chin. He needs to find something and find it quickly. But the way Clemens is throwing, It's going to take something special, Rob. It may even take the magical 9.
It's not going to happen in this throw, you feel, in this leg, sorry. Clemens already gone ton 40 ton on his own throw and a 55. Gurney 383 left. He's gone 58, 60, 96. So he's 81 behind against a throw here. Clemens with at least 6 from 206, probably 9 the way the game's going, unless Gurney finds a big one. And it will be 1 away. Let's see how this plays out. Gurney 287. I'd say a 140 minimum here to put him on 147. Clemens is set on 109. And just a 27 from Gurney. This one is as good as done as Clemens fires in an 85. So he's coming back for 24. But I think we'll jump to Cam because he has got match darts.
Devon Peterson misses the bullseye for the fish again to win the match. Leaves 25. Scott Waite's not on a finish, so he will be back. Waits leaves 48. So Devon Peterson now 2 darts at 25, takes it out. Clinical, 94 average, 10-5 win. Very impressive from him.
Yeah, and Clemens is now 1 away. Like I said, Clemens is 1 away now. Like I said, he would be. Found himself on double 12 once again this weekend. He didn't go cleanly. He went inside on 12s, inside on 6s, but he pinged the double 3 last start in hand. Gurney was sat back on the big fish. So Gurney needs 3 straight legs. He's throwing in 2 of those if he can force it. He's just opened a ton in this leg, but a 140 from Clemens, and Gurney is already under pressure.
Yeah, God, interesting from Peterson. I know we've spoken about this a lot, but he actually said in an interview yesterday that the wrist injury was more of a problem than he was making on towards the back end of last year.
Yeah, I think we could all see that from his performances, the way he was playing. It's no real surprise to him come out and say that afterwards, but as a professional, you can't say that while it's going on, because then your opponents know it. They can smell the fear on you, if you like. It's an expression that. But if the players know, if your opponents know you're struggling, they're already going in with a high level of confidence. They just put you under a bit of pressure and expect that to not hold up. I expect Devon to kick on again this year. He's a superb operator. The work he's done with Wayne Mardle to alter his throw last year was superb. Once that wrist is back healed, I fully expect him to almost pick up where he left off. Clemens, by the way, is possibly about to get a match start. It's for 121 for the match. Gurney back on 146. He's gone 140, 180, 60 in this leg. Just a 57 leaves 64, which is can be a tricky little finish. Depends on your first start. You've got a big margin for error on the 8s and 16s, but cleaning that up is not the best. And Gurney just finds a 46. A 20, a 1, and a 25, and he will have to survive match darts, which he does not. In 2 darts, 64 goes. Gabriel Clemens, 101 match average for him and a 10-7 win over Super Chin Daryl Gurney. Gabriel Clemens joins the guys in the hat for round 5.
The German giant, and we get a fist pump as well. Doesn't show too much emotion, but he's happy with that one. Super Chin departs. Going to come to you, Lee. Alan Sousa back in this one.
Yeah, so 4-1 behind in this one, has levelled it up at 4 apiece. But as you come to me, Ron Moolenkamp takes out a 1-1-4, so they'll 5-4 in front. Ron Moolenkamp hasn't really stepped off it, still averaging around the 100 mark. Alan Sousa 92, but Alan Sousa has just been finishing better. Like I said, got that one break of throw when Milton missed 1 dart at a double. So Alan Sousa started this one 140 as well. So we've got 1 more leg before we go into the break. But Alan Sousa will be feeling a lot better now. He's only 1 behind.
Good stuff on board 4. Warming up, we've got Krzysztof Ratajski against Madas Razma. Results so far: James Wade beaten Rob Cross 10-7. Martin Clearmacher beating Callum 10-6. Luke Humphreys 10-7 over Ryan as well. You see on screen now. So it's all ticking along nicely. On the main stage, Gerwyn Price in control, 7-3 at the break. Rapid Ricky is going to have to find something. And on screen now, or just walked on Gob's board, we've got Chris Dobie against John Brown. And we can have a look to see if Dobie's still using those points, Gob.
Find out very, very shortly indeed. I've still got the big banner over the top saying play will resume shortly as they just make an alteration to the board. Dobie's throwing 3 darts in and they're changing the board. That tells you everything you need to know.
That tells you that's a soft board.
On board
Andrew says,
3.
Go on, Lee.
Sorry, on board 3 with all level. Alan Suter, comfortable hold of throw in this one. Milton Keynes left on a double. Didn't have an opportunity to commentate it though. So Suter holds throw. So with 5 all in this one going into the break.
Yeah, just an interesting one, Gob. It's because they're showing it on bit warming up on ITV as well. John Brown actually stands, it's almost Bunting-esque. He stands quite far to the right-hand side of the oche. He's not throwing from a central position. That camera they've got looking back from the top of the board is quite a good one for things like this.
Yeah, I quite like that. You bang on. And do you know what? I can't explain that. That's just personal preference from your island. When I first started playing, I was very much straight down the middle of the oche, but I'm in similar to John Brown and Stephen Bunting. I stand very far to the right. I'm not sure if it's because of the action. I've just drifted out there as time's gone on. I find myself getting further and further across. It's a nightmare. You miss on the wire for 16s and 8s, but other than that, it's just comfort for me. I couldn't do it from the other side. I couldn't do what Andrew Gilding does. That's extremely unnatural, but just my eye line, the way that the board suits and the way that I find myself kicking up against an oche, that's one part of the game I don't actually have any logic or reasoning for explanation.
Yeah, no, I really like that shot looking back from the top of the board.
Yeah. I think we should see more of it. It's difficult during games because obviously the main focus is actually the board, and I'm not sure if that camera's fixed or if it moves a little bit and you don't want to be putting the players off at all. Just that little movement, if it catches a light funny, will reflect funny while they're throwing. But yeah, I'm a fan of this camera. It's difficult to really get up close to a player's throw. We've seen a couple of my throw videos a couple of years back at the match play and all sorts, and I think they put like GoPros on the players' heads and that sort of thing. But it's just ridiculous to try and see it from a player's perspective. I think this is the best angle you get. You can see how up and down the line they are with their release and where they're bringing it back in relation to if they're right or left eye dominant and all that.
It's a good one. Right, back underway on the main stage as well. Tyski and Razma just kicking off, but we're going to come to you, Lee. Suter's leveled up at 5 apiece.
Yeah, so it was a whole older throw by Suter, so was 4-1 behind in this one in the early stages, but he has reeled off 4 of the last 5 leads to level this one up. Alan Suter's on 93, Ron Millenkamp 101 average. Millenkamp is playing very well. Like I says, even with that early lead, it's not that Millenkamp has dropped off. Alan Suter's just got better as this game has gone on. But we are all level into the break. I would say we're not far away off from starting to then in this one. They have been a minute or 2 already, so I would expect to see this one start then. Is it 2 minutes? 2-3 minutes? Right. So I'm guessing it'll start then, sir.
Yeah, 100%. Luke says, no surprise seeing Cross losing. Looks off to me. I think he's looked better in the last couple of weeks, if I'm being honest. This time last year, he looked absolutely gone. But I think there's a lot lot of work going in on the action, and he looks better for me. Andrew, impressive display by Clemens again today. Yeah, very, very good. Dan asked, how old is Brown? I think he's 21, 22, John Brown. Right, go on, zoom in, zoom in.
Hang on, I was on mute. John Brown's 21.
Yeah. And Dobie is using said points.
Which means I hope they change this board during the break because it's going to be bad. Although, to be fair, Dobie didn't destroy it as much last time we saw him on TV. There was a little bit of wear to it, but it wasn't as significant.
No.
We only really knew he was using them points when he brought it up in discussion in his post-match interview. So, I don't like him. I never have liked him. I don't like what
I think
they
a lot
do
of
to
it
the
as
board.
well. The way
It's the way they put him out as well. Simon has always had a very... You see it a lot with other points that grips further down the point itself. That actually, you might need to twist them to get them out the board or move them up and down to just loosen them up in the sizal.
And how hard Whitlock throws them as well.
Yeah, Dobie is a very, not loopy throw, but there isn't as much aggression in it as Whitlock.
No.
And John Brown
But
takes
on
the
the
first
main
leg
stage,
against Dobie.
main stage, bear with me. Potential match starts incoming. Ricky Evans, 2-5-5. Can do nothing about this. Gerwyn Price, 106 for a comprehensive victory. He's going to get one dart at tops, and he's outside. So so Evans 1-5-5 to save his proverbial and can't do it. Those three darts went to the board quicker than I've ever seen. So the champ wants tops. The champ gets tops. Gerwyn Price, 10-3 victory over Rapid Ricky. Again, Price not his brilliant best, but didn't need to be. Got the job done over Ricky Evans. We come down to board 4, and you can, Ratajski and Razma, share the openers.
They do. Ratajski should have taken that second leg, really. Missed quite a few darts at double in that one. Ended up in the madhouse, but didn't get a shot at it. So, yeah, Razma leveled it up, and he's got a slight advantage here on Ratajski's throw in the third leg. It's not really caught fire yet. 86 and 81 averages for the pair. Rasmus just gone 133, 95, 133. I think he's in my school of darts and he's throwing just at the 19s right now.
So, God, those first two darts, Dobie's thrown at double 14. You can't get them any closer, can you, and not be in?
No, you can't. And don't get me wrong, he's got plenty of time here. John Brown's had an absolute stinker of a leg scoring-wise, and he finally hit a double 7 afterwards. But, yeah, like you said, if I throw them and they don't go and that third one goes inside, I'm absolutely gutted. Because you can't do a lot else. You literally can't do a lot else. They are very, very well thrown darts. There's nothing wrong with that apart from the fact they didn't go in.
Luke, I disagree slightly, and I'll tell you why. I think before lockdown, I'd have gone with you that I think the casual dart fan wouldn't have really cared. I think darts have been one of those sports during lockdown that people have found because you can play at home, and I've just seen from analytics and stuff like that, and what people are searching for in search engines and everything like that, how to throw darts and darts throw and grip and everything like that has been very, very heavily searched over the last year. where people are playing at home. I think a year ago, I'd agree with you. I think the casual wouldn't have cared so much, but I think it's something that people are looking at now a lot more.
Yeah. The biggest giveaway for me on that topic is if you are in any sorts of darts Facebook page, there's lots of swap and sale pages, secondhand darts. There's lots of darts advice, tips and discussion on Facebook and all of that sort of thing. Look at the most commonly started threads in that, right? It's what darts does this player throw who's just done something on TV, and it's videos and questions about my grip does this, what's the best weight for me, what should I be doing there, what should I be doing in this situation. Like and that is from the casual dart fans. That is from people that are just finding the sport. It's not county players, it's not Super League players that are asking those questions. It is people new to the sport, the slightly more casual fans that have seen it and picking it up and want to get involved. So I think a couple of professionals and more analysis pieces of the throw action on TV would not go down amiss.
Yeah. Yeah, 100% agree with that.
Yeah, I think on that, it's something we see massively in like cricket where they analyse it, and a Sky do quite a good thing where they get people sending in videos of themselves. I think the same thing could work really well for darts as a little feature, like to use in breaks in play.
Yeah. Good afternoon to our Polish friends in the chat room. Welcome along. Glad you have joined us. Good afternoon, everyone.
We'd love to say hello. Using your name, do not murder it on screen. Apologies. Ooh, check out that, by the way. Chris Dobie just gone 3-1 up on John Brown. He opened the leg with 5 perfect darts, slipped off a little bit, and then fires in a 140 checkout to go 3-1 up over the youngster. 96 average for Hollywood, just a 77 for John Brown at the minute.
Yeah, I'm going to go to board 3 on Yuli. Suter has turned this one around.
Alan Suter now 7 sits in front. Bright of throw. Ron Muhlenkamp has just missed 5 darts to those 7 sits in front. Alan Suter missed the bullseye for 130 out, but was able to come back to the board and cleared that up in 2. So Alan Suter gradually getting better as this game goes on. Now averaging 95, 7 sits up, and he's throwing for an 8-6 lead. Ron Muhlenkamp has just dropped off. Was in early stages, this was around 105, 106. Dropping down gradually. He's around 99. His scoring just hasn't been there. We've had 9 180s in this game, but about 7 of them were in the first 4 or 5 legs. So they've dropped off as well. But Suter taking the lead for the first time and finds himself 7 sits in front.
Ooh, good stuff. God, just watching this game, I really like the Chris Dobie action at the moment. It's looking like it did 18 months ago.
Yeah, it is. It looks. I just think there's a little bit more conviction to him at the minute as well. The way he's throwing, there's not just the looping the darts up in expectation. He's stepping up. He's throwing well. He's averaging 100, and he thinks before he's throwing a dart that he's going to hit what he's throwing at. I think sometimes you can tell when a player's just chucking a dart up a bit more in hope rather than expectation. Like Dobie is in full flow here, and he's hitting what he wants basically.
Yeah, 100%. Going to come down to board 4, Cam. Ratajski in front after 5.
He is. He was 3-1 in front with the break of the row, but Rasmus broke back. Ratajski looking like breaking back again here, though. He's left 84 after 9. Rasmus on 87 after 12, so Ratajski will get a shot at this to go back into a 2-leg lead. And takes it out in 3, the Polish Eagle, averaging 103, 4-2 up.
Interesting. A lot of chat about Alan Suter in the chat room. Where are we? People were saying no, for it. Suter to the UK Open or go deep. Another one. Yeah, look, he's playing well enough.
Yeah, very well. Out of the day yesterday, I know we spoke about him quite a lot yesterday and also on the pod, but he was 4-1 behind there. Since then, he's reeled off 7 of the last 9 leads. He's just doing enough as Mullenkamp's dropping off. Suter's getting better. And even in this one, finds himself that he's pinched the darts off Ron Mullenkamp. So Tud find himself, if he can put in another 140 like he's just on there, will give himself a great opportunity to down 9 sits in front. Just to score a 60. He's still 87 points in front. So Alan Suter's still probably favourite to win this lead, but he's playing some very good stuff this weekend. So yeah, can push on and would be one to keep an eye on this evening if he does that through. This one of them's Mullenkamp.
Yeah, definitely. And it's great ranking money for the new tour card holder. It's what you need.
John Brown here needs to find something. He's averaging 80 at the minute. He's 5-1 down to Chris Dobie, who's averaging 98, and he's just opened up this leg with a 41. He's backed up with a 140, but Dobie's already pinched the darts off him. He's 90 points in front. John Brown has been superb so far, and he's an exceptional talent, but this match is just not going his way right now.
Luke says, does anyone agree that the standard of your average professional is far higher these days than ever? Yeah, look, 100%. That comes with the game moving on, the game getting better, equipment getting better as well. There's many factors in it, but yes, the standard right now is undoubtedly higher than it was mid-90s.
I think so, but like every sport, you've got to consider the technological advances as well. The boards are much better. The size of the board hasn't changed, but the amount of room in a treble bed has, because the wires are thinner and there's no staples in the way and that sort of thing. There's so much more money spent on research and development and aerodynamics. Now, don't get me wrong, it's still a very, very simple game at the basis of it, but the amount of effort that goes into producing equipment for these players now, and the difference in flights and stem setup and all the differences in that, and actually the money in it now. There's so much money that these guys can dedicate literally their entire lives to playing darts right now. They don't have to work on the side. They don't have to go to various opens to pick up money on the weekend and then go back to work on the Monday. There's an opportunity here for these guys to earn a living as a darts player, and that's a big difference as well.
Yeah, 100%. We've got another good question in the chat room. We'll come to that in a second. But Ratajski 4-3 now, Cam.
Yeah, no one can hold throw at the moment. We've had a few breaks in a row now. Though Rasmus will get a chance here at 91 to hold his throw and get back level. Rasmus seems to have gone back to throwing at 20s now, whereas he started the match throwing at 19s, because he's hit 180s in each of the last couple of legs. Begs the question why he didn't just do that from the start. Takes out 91 in 3. We're all level at 4 apiece.
We are level there. We're going to go to Lee on 3. Suter 8-7. Is it 9-7 8 or what's on the cards?
Looking likely to be 9-7. Alan Suter's left 96 after 12. Merlingham can only leave 190. Ron Merlingham's scoring has dropped drastically over the past few leads. He's had 4 visits to the board, and there's only one of those visits in this lead that's included trebles. Suter's got an opportunity of 96. Has got 6 starts at it. Can only score 38. So Suter leaves 58, and would have liked a lot better from 96, even set it up just for a 1 darter. So Ron Merlingham's got an opportunity to put some pressure on here, but still looking likely that Alan Suter will go 9-7 in front. Let's see what Ron can do from that 190. Only another score of 60. So of his 5 visits, only one of those have been including trebles. Alan Suter 58, so 1 away from the victory in this one. Misses at it. So Ron Merlingham 130. Can he level things up? This would be for a break of throw. Held in the last one with a 21 dart hold of throw. But if he can do 18 in this one, he will break and will go to 8 all. Let's see if Ron can take out 130. Suter left on tops. Ron Merlingham missed a dart at bull to level this up as 8 all. So Alan Suter's got an opportunity here to go 1 away again. So he's already missed 2 in the last visit to the board at tops. He's missed another 3 at double. So Alan Suter isn't taking the opportunity that's been provided to him. Ron Merlingham for 21 dart hold in the last leg would take 21 darts in this one to go all level. Will Ron take it out? Dr. Nets, come on. No, Ron won't. Ron will not take it out. So Alan Suter's got more darts to go 9-7 in front. This hasn't been typical of the game. It's been a very good game by both players. And Alan Suter takes it out. So Alan Suter moves 1 away. Now 9-7 in front on board 3.
God, we're going to come to you. John Brown, for the first time this UK Open, is feeling the pressure. 7-1 behind, but those darts you threw a double in the last leg, you could see they were nervy darts.
Yeah, they were nervy darts. They were all inside the target, 16s, 8s, and 4. You could see a little moment of frustration from him when it didn't quite go as well. I mean, this leg right here, for example, he's gone ton 60, 180, 65. He's on 96, and it has to go because his opponent sat on 41 after 12. He just cannot get a moment to breathe away from Chris Dobie, and that will not help either because he's just bust the 96. He's gone inside on 18s and hit double 14 instead of double 9, and it's those small little moments, those little margins at the minute that are costing John Brown in this one. Dobie's scoring fantastic, and if Brown can start pinching some legs back, he's got to be a little bit more clinical on the outer ring when he gets a chance. However, 8-1 down, Dobie now throwing for 9-1 at the break. I fear that there isn't a lot of time left in this game.
Completely agree. We're going to jump back to board 3. Is this going to be the last leg of the match, Lee?
Well, Ron Merlingham hasn't really found his scoring then in this one. 96, 16, 97. Suter's had visits of 134 and 140, but in between that was a 55. However, Ron Merlingham now needs 80 with his 4th visit to leave a bogey number. So Alan Suter's on 172. 140 would be perfect to leave double 16 to wrap this up. Let's see what Alan Suter can do here. 94, so leave 78. Not a bad leave. Ron Merlingham on 168. Needs to hit at least 1 treble. 125 to leave 43. So if Alan Suter doesn't take out the 78, Ron Merlingham will be coming back for 43. But Alan Suter's going to have match darts here. Well, he certainly should. 78 for Suter. Takes it out. Last start in hand. Alan Suter goes through with a 10-7 win against Ron Merlingham.
Yeah, I'm going to go to 4 as well because Madas Razma tied it up after 10 legs, Cam.
He has retained. He missed double 13 for an 81 checkout to go into the break at 6-4. And Razma came back and hit Tom's first dart to punish him. Standard's still really good in this one as well, to be fair. Ratajski 103 average, Razma 98. I think if Razma had started off throwing at the 20s earlier in this match rather than the 19s, he could be in front here.
Yeah. Couple of bits while there's not too much match action going on. There's a great question in the chat room from Rich. He says, is Sousa playing the best darts of his life? ? Why is the peak of a darts player's career so varied by age? I think it's just life experience, dart experience, and what's going on in your life, God. Would that be a fair one?
Yeah, I think so. Look, I'm not sure if Sousa's playing the best darts of his career. He's an international captain. He's played very well at county and BDO or WDF level over a number of years now. How well this performance stacks up against it is completely different because he's never tested himself in this environment before that is widely accepted as the best darting environment in the world. The peaks is just a mental thing. It's whenever you find that extra gear in your game. We've seen it from some very young players. We've seen it from AD Lewis. Perhaps there's talk that he's already had his peak. He's not even mid-30s yet. Whereas we've seen Peter Wright and Glenn Durrant kick on later in their career. I suppose that, like I said, it's a completely mental thing. It's a life experience thing. When these players are in position to do these things, do they grasp it with both hands?
Yeah, 100%. And something else just popped up which made me think. We spoke about Michael Van Gerwen's Old Faithfuls being worn. He admits the grip is basically gone on them. Could the same be said for Michael Smith's darts? Because they're his original unicorn darts as well. He doesn't change them. They are the same ones that he's been throwing for all these years.
When you're that good at that level, and I'm going to say the same about Michael Van Gerwen, if you throw one set of darts, let's be honest, quite a basic design, and you win to the level that those guys have done, for Pro Tours, they should be taking new sets out of the packet and wearing them in. So that when they get to this position on stage, they're throwing a stage set, but eventually, by the time that stage set is gone, or no good for them, they've got a set that is ready to go in the same position.
Fair one.
If a set means that much to these players, they should be making plans for when that set no longer works.
Yeah, you've got to do it. It's really strange to me that they don't do that. So it doesn't make any sense. At some point, like you said, they're going to go and then what do you do?
Michael Smith has just missed the tops to break the Jose de Souza throw. So the special one coming back for 16 and finds it. De Souza leads 2-1. Over on stage 2, Gob. This could be over quite soon here.
Yeah, we're back underway in leg number 11. John Brown's got the throw, but it needs to do something special for him. He's opened up 57.93. He's had a lot of visits like the 57 where not badly thrown darts, not massively wild and wide of the target, but he's just not finding the treble as consistently as his opponent is. I said he needs to find something special. He fires in a 180, and in response, Dobie does exactly the same to leave 84. He's just not been able to get away from Dobie at all in this match, and he's potentially 2 darts away from wrapping this one up. Brown sat back on 1-1-2 if this 84 doesn't go. But you feel that would only delay the it's in the single 8. He's going back for 42. This 1-1-2 from Brown has to go. And it's just a ton from Brown. Cannot find an attempt at the double. Both the first 2 darts were just high of the treble. And Derby wraps up the match 10-1 with a 42 checkout in 2 darts. The 99 match average for him. And 85 for Brown. Like I said, he just couldn't get into the game. But he's been superb so far in his PDC career. And he's nicely positioned in the order of merit after the first couple of weeks. Not a bad run at the UK Open, but he falls in the 5th round.
Yeah, JB departs the UK Open, but he certainly left his stamp on it. He was the last man standing from all the players that entered in the first round. So it is Hollywood who advances. Could this be Hollywood's time? Time will tell. We are at a sensible place now, so we're going to have a quick ad break and we'll be back on the other side of the... Welcome back to Online Darts, everyone. It is the 2021 UK Open Live, and we'd like to welcome you on behalf of everyone on the team. You guys have been absolutely amazing. Make sure you hit that subscribe button if you like the content we are producing, and there's plenty more where this is coming from. We've got some great stuff lined up as lockdown eases. Some really, really nice things planned. Some things, all darts, not just what you see on TV. Some good things coming along. So welcome along. Come and say hi in the chat room. You guys have all been absolutely superb so far today. Patrick MVG he's playing Mensur Sulovic, which will be, I think it's next game on the main stage. So that is where you will find Michael Gerwen. But 3-1 for you. Just kicking off, Lee. Luke Woodhouse and Brendan Dolan.
Yeah, last time on board 3, so I think we're just in front of all the other ones on this one. Because of Humphreys and Sill running through their lane very quickly early on. Brendan Dolan's got an opportunity to break and misses that opportunity. Has 2 darts at tops, but misses on the outside. So Woodhouse has an opportunity to hold it with a 92. Not a great start really from either player, but very interesting down this will be on board 3. Just want to stay and see if Woodhouse can take this opening leg. No, we can't. So Brendan Dolan is coming back for 40. One thing that we've noticed about Brendan Dolan, and our Dobbs mentioned it quite a bit over the past couple of days, about the speed of Brendan Dolan. A lot quicker than what it was previously. And it seems like that's the case as well in this one. And takes a 1-0 lead in an early break against Luke Woodhouse.
Going to go to board 4, Cam, because Madars Razma has completely spun this game on its head.
He has. I think that was a tumble finish as well. It flashed off the screen before I got a chance to see exactly what it was, because I was mid-chocolate bar at that point. But Ratajski coming back in this leg here on throw, kicked off 140, 137. Good chance to get back within a leg.
Yeah, so Michael Smith on the main stage finds himself in the same predicament he was yesterday, 4-1 down. He's had chances, but hasn't taken them, and it is Jose de Souza who's stepping in on Bully Boy right now, but he was 4-1 down against Cullen yesterday as well. And Gob, the game of the day, they are on stage on board number 2.
They are. they're not ready for me on Dart Connect as yet, but they are warming up with that camera straight down the players' throats again. It's the informed man, Mr. Masters, Johnny Clayton, 3 of 4 Super Series finals, including picking up a win in that one as well against Dirk van Dijvenbode. Doesn't get any easier for Van Dijvenbode after a counter for Gary Anderson yesterday. He now takes on the Ferret on stage 2. This one could be an absolute cracker.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. And it is like little and large as well, isn't it?
Yeah, they're completely different sized gentlemen. It was like watching Clearmaker and... Who was that yesterday? Who was he against? Somebody very little.
Schindler, maybe?
Schindler, that's the one.
I'll tell you what as well, it's just come up obviously because we're no danger at the moment of games finishing. Again in the chat room, let us know because he's just posted it on his Instagram as well. How nice is Joe Cullen's new shirt?
Oh, it's stunning.
I'm not sure I like the stripes, you know, Phil.
Oh, I really like it.
No,
Yeah, I do as well.
I'm not sure I like the stripes at all.
Yeah, no, I'm a big fan. Big fan.
Good to see Dirk's got the right table today.
Table game
Always a
at
good
the
start.
Masters. I've never known water tables cause so much controversy in a sport.
Well, normally there is just one as well, so it doesn't normally cause any controversy in darts, but it's only because of COVID, the players have been given their own and then they fist bump anyway, and I don't know, they're all COVID tested. They still have to wander around wearing masks. And
It's like the football one, isn't it, where they say you can't celebrate. It's like, I mean, they train, they kick lumps out of each other, they man mark at corners.
mm-hmm. Doesn't make sense.
Going to go to board 4 cam. Rasma 8-6 up now.
Yep, 174 to leave 36, which he then cleaned up in 2 dots. Just got distracted there. Ratajski's kicked off 180 in the next leg. He definitely needs to win this one. If he gets broken here, you fancy it's probably all over. But yeah, 180 to kick off and only 42 for Rasma. So good chance here to get back within a leg once more for Ratajski.
Johnny Clayton's not pissing about. 12 dart leg to open the match from the Ferret. A turn of 1040, a 180 and an 81 checkout in 3 for the Ferret. Takes the first leg against Van Dijvenbode in just 12 darts.
%. I'm talking about action. The Ferret, there's not a lot can go wrong with that action either.
I don't know, you know, he's not one that I'm convinced of. I don't like darts laying flat. That's personal preference. That's completely different. But he's not one that has the longest follow through. He's very much a flicker of the dart a bit early for me sometimes.
I don't mind it. It's still.
I'm not a fan. I think there's still an extension there. It's not as short a flick as some. Who had a horrible flick the other day? Brett Claydon. It's not as short an action as Brett Claydon. But there is still an element of a flick to Johnny's action that I think can go wrong. Less consistent, maybe. Oh, what a check out from Johnny.
We'll do the check
just
out.
missed the big number, boys. We've been saying it all weekend. You can't do that. He's on 84. He goes 16, hits the 4 instead of the 18, and he gets punished by Johnny Clayton, who fires at a 1-2-2, treble 18, treble 18, double 7. Johnny Clayton is not messing around. 111 average for the Ferret, and he's 2-0 up.
Big moments here. Oh, Jose missed a big number for a potential break. Michael Smith then misses more doubles. De Souza wants double 4 for a double break of throw, and it is the Grand Slam champion is now 5-1 with a double break. Smith had an opportunity there again. Han, I think that's just personal preference, mate. The same as football shirts. There's plenty of shirts that people like, and there's plenty of people don't. To be fair, actually, one of my favourite dart shirts right now is the new Phil Taylor one.
No. Is that because he's the greatest player of all time, Phil?
I just like it because it's different to all the others.
That.
I think it's because he's the greatest player of all time. You can tell us. You can tell us. It's fine.
You forget I'm in control of the buttons. Now I'm just going to make a little slide up with just me and you on there.
Aww, friends. If you do that, you won't know that Johnny Clayton's just got 3-0 up with a 13 dart leg.
Oh, you will, because I could have told that because I'm watching it as well.
Yeah, we'll cover it. Don't worry. We'll cover
then?
I'm multitasking. Put it all on. I've got all boards open.
Oh, this game is ridiculous. Dirk van Dijvenbode averaging 104 and hasn't had an absolute sniff yet, apart from that missing of the big number. He's opened up 180 here in leg 4, and Clayton's responded with a maximum of his own. And then Dirk hits 57. Way to get excited. I want a 9 darter.
Don't we all?
Michael Smith is going to get a dart. He's missed a dart at double 5 for a 130 finish to get 1 break back. Jose wants 107 and he is going to get a dart. What it is 10 for the tops. Oh my, that hurts. That hurts. 107 finish for Jose De Souza, and he leads 6-1. And again, Michael Smith had first poke. But we're going to come to Cam. Johnny's 4-0 up. We'll come to that in a minute. But Cam, Ratajski has levelled up at 8 apiece.
He has. He probably shouldn't have done. He missed 5 darts at a double prior to that. Rasmus then also went on to miss, I think, 4 darts himself. And Ratajski managed to get the break of the row and get himself back level. And now he has the advantage going into a best of 3. Best of 3 here now because he's got the throw.
God, Dirk van Dijvenbode must be thinking, what the hell have I run into here?
Johnny Clayton's averaging 118 after 4 legs. He's 4-0 up. Dirk's averaging 105 and cannot lay a glove on the man. And Clayton just left 161 after 9. It makes a change from leaving 81 after 9 because he's done that in 2 out of 4 legs already and taken them in 4 visit legs. If this 161 goes now, just Johnny's completed the game. This is just ridiculous. Dirk on 176, so it doesn't have to go, but the way the Ferret is giving it at the minute, just an 83 from him, a ton from Dirk, so coming back for 78 for 5-0. Imagine not putting Johnny on the big stage, because that's just gone in 2 darts. That's a 14 dart leg. His average is, he's at a 14 dart leg, and his average has got worse. It's just
Oh,
dropped
my.
from 118 to 116. That's ridiculous. And he's hit the
Madness.
double 12 to win that leg again. He's loving it in that corner of the board as Dirk fires in a max to open the leg again.
He's in a bit of trouble here. He's had a terrible scoring leg after getting the break in the previous one, and a terrible bit of counting there because he's just left 159. So Rasmus 6 darts at 81 to break and then go on to throw for the match. Doesn't take it out, but leaves 36, and he'll be back for that. Pressure on though as Ratajski, it's 127 to leave 32. Rasma misses. 3 darts missed at 36. Ratajski
At least
takes out
one thing,
32
surely.
in 2.
I was going to say,
Go on, boys.
Cam, Ratajski on the brink.
He is. He's getting away with it, I think, is the best way we can probably describe it. He's not playing all that well over the last couple of legs. He's still averaging 99, to be fair, but the last couple of legs he's been poor and got away with it and won them both.
One thing, Gob, though, on board too. I don't think we're getting a noble leg here.
Dirk's 1-1 back. It's 5-1. I'd love to tell you everything else that's going on, but somebody has made a right balls up of Dark Connect. I'm not even sure if what they've just put in was correct. Both players have opened this one 180 each, though. Clayton backs his up with an 81. Maybe we've caught back again, but he was controlling that. It's like Homer Simpson trying to watch security cameras at the nuclear power plant. They're all over the place.
Yeah. Michael Smith is back to 6-3, but he's not started this one particularly well on throw.
Over on board 3, Luke Woodhouse and Brendan Dolan are 3 apiece. So back-to-back breaks in the first 2 legs, but then we've had 4 holds of throw. Every one of those has been 16 darts. And then Woodhouse has got an opportunity to go 4-3 in front. Once then will just be a hold. Got 62 left after 12. Slightly better than what we've seen so far. Can't take it out. So Dolan's got an opportunity to break here on 76.
Saying,
Dolan
God, even when
doesn't
the
break.
ferret
So,
misses,
go on,
I
Phil.
was gonna say, even when the ferret misses his target, he still gets out of jail.
Yeah, 66. He went the ball route with Dirk sat on 42. Not sure that's where I'd have gone, especially where he's hitting 24. 42 for me, that route, treble 14. Hits the 19, hits the 15, and fires the double 16. 6-1 here. Lee was joking that he'd be done first. I think my board is about to overdo you, mate. It was 10-1 in the last leg, in the last match, and this one is heading in exactly the same direction. The ferret's still averaging 112. Dirk's up to 108 and is 6-1 behind. We are very much bordering a world record losing average right now, and there's absolutely nothing he can do about it.
Yeah, Michael Smith has rallied here. He's now only 6-4 behind. He was deep in trouble, but he's found something, has Bully Boy. But we're going to come back to you, Lee. Woodhouse in front.
Yeah, Woodhouse got a hold of throw. Both players are comfortable on their own throw. Like I said, they have been just 16 dart holds. That one was just an 18 dart hold from Luke Woodhouse. 91 average, playing 93 of Brendan Dolan. Brendan Dolan, back-to-back 100s in this one and not a comfortable lead. He's 138 points in front in this one as well. So we could see another hold in this. It's not been a great game or a great opening to the game, I should say. But we stood in the early stage, just 4-3 to Luke Woodhouse.
And just to fill you in on my board, it finished off 10-8 to Krzysztof Ratajski. Just after I'd said that he wasn't playing particularly well over the last couple of legs, he finished off 180 and then 89-2 for an 11 darter to win the match. So, shows you what I know.
Yeah, just scrolling through social media. Go on.
So Rich in the chat room says, other than Chizzy Noppy, who's left to start? It's MVG Mensur Sulovic on the main stage after Smith to Sousa. They're the last two games that haven't already got underway, I believe.
Correct. To be fair, I'm just going to read one of Wayne Mardle's tweets. We were talking about Peter Wright earlier. Obviously, where we're so fully concentrated, I don't know if you noticed it, God, but Wayne says, Peter Wright has changed his throw, maybe not even knowingly. He stopped the arm from moving outwards on the follow-through. He's now more or less pushing them. This will not work. Just like overleaning he tried. He needs to stop all the authorizations now in capitals.
Wayne knows it better than I do. I haven't particularly noticed that. There is an element, perhaps, when he set in, there was more of like a spin and a flick of the wrist previously. I'll watch it. I'll watch it next time that I can. We're having a 17 dart leg is a stinker in the match I'm watching. Both players' averages have just dropped quite a bit. Clayton down to 108, Van Dyvenberg down to 106. But Dirk has pinched another leg back. It's 6-3, and he's thrown for 6-4 here. The Overgenius is not going away.
No. And he's looking like he's got the fire up face. We've got some emotions for the Overgenius.
I love it when he gets fired up.
Yes. And Teresa in the chat room, being a Smith and a Blackburn Rovers fan, surely one of them has to go winning today.
Well, I'd fancy Smith's chances rather than our chances.
Not Harvey Barnes, Harvey Elliott. You're welcome for Harvey Elliott, by the way.
That's very unfortunate for you there, Teresa, to be in the same boat as me. I would stick to the darts if I was you. I think Smith's got more chance.
There's two of you.
Yeah. I don't know whether this is the first time that we've ever had two of us in the same room before, but even if it is a chat room,
genuinely, as you are Blackburn fans, I've genuinely got a question to ask. You know when you were bought by the two Indian chicken farmers? Did they genuinely believe that when they bought you that you couldn't be relegated from the Premier League? Like, they genuinely believed that relegation wasn't a thing?
Yep. They didn't know that you could get relegated. Thought it was more like the NFL, where it's just your same teams that compete in the Premier League every year.
Up the Venkies.
I mean, how that manages qualifies you to pass the fit and proper person test, I'm not for sure. Probably tells you enough as what you need to know about the FA or the Premier League do when someone's coming in to buy a club.
Oh, Teresa, yeah, they genuinely believe that. That's brilliant. You can't make that up. I didn't know if it was true, if it was genuinely just a myth. But well,
Probably part of the reason why they also appointed Steve Keane as manager. Just thought they couldn't go down, but they
Don't bring him up. Not before the watershed. Oh my word.
about Danny Noppett's new nickname, the Freeze. Yeah, I liked his new shirt yesterday as well.
I've just seen what Hans called him in the chat there as well. Couldn't laugh, but
Oh, I'll tell you what. What's Michael Smith done here? He's just reset himself. Again, Michael Smith has just missed a big number. He went into double 16 instead of single, which completely threw him. Instead of chance, but De Souza shuts the door in his face. De Souza's winning this, but Michael Smith is having opportunities and not taking them. De Souza literally doing everything asked of him at the moment. But Smith will be kicking himself. Yeah, Lee, we're going to come to you on board 3. After 10, you are all level at 5 apiece.
Yeah, so in this one we had 2 early breaks. They went to 1-1, and then since then we have had 8 consecutive holds of throw in this one. Woodhouse is averaging 93, Dolan 92. That hasn't really moved since the early stage of this one, but we are 5-all in this one as they have gone to the break.
One in the chat room, where's MVG? He's next on the main stage when this one is done.
Make me feel better about my football team. Thanks.
no, we can't. Just stick to the dots.
Again, Smith missing a 1:08 finish. We talked about obviously coaching and stuff like that as well. But do you think someone like Michael Smith could actually benefit from going and seeing a sports psychologist like Ronnie did to Steve Peters and everything like that?
Yeah, I think so. He's one that you can see the toll it takes him when he doesn't get over the line. He's been very emotional in press conferences before. I don't think what we do helps. This is where we are very much part of media and darts fans that sit here and talk about just how good a dart player Michael Smith and how that talent should go on to win multiple majors and the floodgates will open when it is. And every time he gets so close and then doesn't get over the line, that just slips away a little bit further, hurts a little bit more because genuinely aspiring players in the world and just potential domination from the man for a sustained period is slipping away, and you're not going to be a dart player forever. You can't keep up that level forever where you just get close without getting over the line. Standard keeps increasing at top end. It's becoming more and more competitive. He needs to find something that gives him the edge on people because at the minute, those top guys have all got that edge over him. I'll
tell you what, as well, over on stage 2, Dirk's talking to himself. The over genius is tired up here.
He is, but it might not help him in this leg because Johnny Clayton has got darts at tops to go 8-3 in front, and it goes in one dart, 8-3 to the ferret. That was a hold of throw, but Van Duijvenbode is really up against it now. I've just seen Johnny collect his dart, and I shouldn't laugh at it, but he had to reach up to get the dart out of tops. He must be throwing up at literally everything.
Right, we've all been there.
I still am.
This is relentless.
Dirk reminds me of a prime Stone Cold Steve Austin when he used to chat to himself all the time.
Looks like he's going to smash 2 beer cans over his head at any moment. Yeah, completely agree. This is Dirk's gone ton 1, 2, 3 and a 42, admittedly, and Johnny's left 50 after 9 and is absolutely cruising again. This is ridiculous from Ferret.
Yeah, half expecting a minute Dirk to stun Johnny Clayton, crack the beers out, and pour him over him. Attitude Era style.
That might be the only way he beats
The only
it.
way he's going to win this match.
It's 9-3 down now, and he's doing 7 in a row. Lee was sat there talking about how quickly his boards have gone. My last 2 games are absolutely flying through, and I'm going to be sat here with not a lot to do very shortly.
Big moments on the main stage. Michael Smith has broken back. He's now 7-6 behind, but we're now on throw again.
Tell you what, boys. Stage 2, put a fork in it. Johnny's just gone ton 80. Dirk's gone 85. Needs a 180 just to stay in touch. There's a ton. There's daylight between the two in this one as well. And Johnny's 6 darts from 2-2-1 minimum. Probably 9. And he's probably going to wrap this one up 10-3. Dirk Van Duijvenbode has averaged 100 throughout this match. 105 for large parts of it. And like he's already done at least twice today, maybe more, Johnny Clayton has just left 81 after 9 darts, hitting a ton 80 and a ton 40. That's just unplayable. You literally need a 9 dart leg to break that. Because this now that's the thing. You've got 8-1, 2, 19, double 12. Johnny Clayton has completed the game of darts because he's doing the same thing over and over again. Just stealing us to it, where he's just... It's basically in the same segment as well. It's always in the bottom left-hand part of the double 12. The ferret absolutely blitzes through Dirk Van Duijvenbode with 108 average.
I'll tell you what, that's just funny, Cam. We'll come to you in a second there. The pair of them are going to have a hug and they realise that they're not meant to for COVID restrictions. They went, oh no! Awkward moment. But Cam, we'll come to you
across the room.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've over on board 4. Danny Noppert's just took out 137 to hold under a bit of pressure from Chizzy in that last leg. So 3-2 up. We've seen 3 180s from Chizzy already. He's teasing us with the 180s. He's kicked off the leg with one twice, but not followed it up.
Michael Smith has missed darts, but he's going to get another go, but it's a tricky double 5. Oh, Michael Smith, you cannot come inside on the second dart. Again, Jose de Souza 55 to steal this one, and 2, and he has.
Jose just tried to go for 3 tops for 120 again.
Yeah.
I mean, it's bloody entertaining, but it's stupid.
And then to make it worse, the Souza kicks off with a 9. just looking at the stats from this game, Michael Smith only 88.74, the South only 91.11. And here, I can see why Smith only 6 from 28 on his doubles. But stage 2, all done and dusted, job. You're out of here. No more play for you.
Hang around for the draw, which is going to be at least an hour away because Sudovic is not going to allow me to blink through that game at all.
No, not at all. Smith's head's gone here. Like I said, it's not been a great game, but Michael Smith needs to win 4 on the spin. He can put one of those bars together. It's doable because it's not as if Jose is playing well, but he's just doing enough when it matters. Jose's done it. Jose's done it. Jose's left 168. Michael Smith bangs in a 177 to leave 32. But this is on the Smith Road, so no real damage done. Michael Smith finds double 8 last start in hand. But here we are. Jose now throwing for the match. Just say we'll come back to this one in a second, but we're going to go and jump to board 3 with Lee Dolan 7-6 in front, mate.
Yeah, 7-6 in front. A lot better from Brendan Dolan since the break. Took the 11th lead with a break in 13 darts. Then he held. Woodhouse then got one back. However, Brendan Dolan has just done another 13 dart lead to hold throw and move in front 8-6. So in this one, we had all them 8 consecutive holds of throw in this one in the early stage of this after 2 early breaks. But now Brendan Dolan has got a 2-lead lead in this one, averaging 95, but that's been creeping up since the break. Finding just 2 away from getting his name in the hat for the draw, as Bob says, which will be in about an hour's time.
Yeah, Michael Smith has found one of the breaks of throw that he needed, a maximum and a ton finish from Bully Boy. This is what I mean. Jose de Souza is not playing well. If Smith can just produce consistent like this, he can win these last 3 legs. There's no question about that. But it's the off patches. Or will de Souza find a moment of brilliance here? But whilst we're coming to that, we're going to come to you, Cam, as Danny Noppert now has 2-leg cushion over Chisnell.
It does. 82 checkout there to break the Chisnell throw. First break of throw we've had in the match there, and Noppy, yeah, he's playing pretty well, to be fair. Chizzy's averaging 105, but Noppy at 96, just hitting the shot when he needs them.
Oh, Teresa can't watch. Only a 60 from Jose, so Smith has a little bit of breathing space on his own throw. Not enough to relax, especially with a visit of 44. So Jose de Souza, with a 2 treble visit here, will suddenly become favourite to break the throw and win the match. Ton needs 201. Michael Smith needs at least 1 treble, which he's found. Ton to leave 130, so Smith will get a chance at the 130 to level us up at 9 apiece. Jose 201. Find a treble 3. No treble from Jose de Souza. So Michael Smith 130 to level us. Isn't going to go. 65 to leave 65. Can the special one take out 152? No is the answer. So Michael Smith coming back for 65. It's all getting tense up on the main stage in Milton Keynes. We have a level game. Michael Smith pings the 65 in 2 darts. And what must Jose de Souza be thinking right now? Oh, I tell you what, we've just had a snarl. Oh, come on from Bully Boy. However, the Portuguese Mano scores, starts with a maximum. Timing is everything. And Michael Smith, oh, he saves it with a ton. But could the Souths win it with a 9? Tell you what. Oh, we got 4 in. Just 180, 140 on a must-win leg. And de Souza is in complete control. Bully Boy can only find 60, and we get a reaction from Smith. We get the slap of the thighs. He's not happy. Jose, this is all your moment now. I don't get that. I know he's got time on his side, but that is horrendous setup. Horrendous. Oh, Smith's head's gone. Gone. Game over. Michael Smith has just launched those last 2 darts and only scored 26. It was a poor setup from de Souza, but irrelevant. Even though he started 180, Jose de Souza has made a complete pig's ear of this leg. Complete pig's ear. But Michael Smith has pressed the self-destruct button in the decider. So 56 for the special one. Wants 2 darts at tops. Only needs 1. Jose de Souza gets over the line. Michael Smith is absolutely raging. He didn't even get a fist up. He just got a thumb up. Yeah, he's not happy with himself. Bully Boy knows he beat Joe Cullen last night, and that match was there for him. And yeah, look, we can see what it means to him. We've got the head scratching as he walks off. Again, de Souza not in the best of form in this game. It's not the de Souza that we saw at the Grand Slam of Darts, that's for sure. But it was enough to beat the Bully Boy. I've waffled enough. We're going to come back to Cam on board number 4. We've got a level game.
We have 2 a quick break back from Chizzy in the 9th leg, and then followed it up with a hold in the next leg. So it was back to 5 apiece. Averaging 1-5 at the moment. He's playing really well, so we're all level. So quick shout to Teresa there in the chat as well. Bradley Dack, the love of my life, has scored and Blackburn are 1-0 up. So although Michael Smith has just lost, the Rovers are winning.
Going to come to you, Lee, as well, because we've got a result. Dolan has done it.
Yeah, Dolan has reeled off 5 of the last 6 legs and has won this one 10-6 against Woodhouse, averaging 94. Wasn't a bad performance by Brendan Dolan, but done enough. Luke Woodhouse started the game very well. Quite a few consecutive holds of throw from him, but then just after the break, just couldn't find his storing pair at all. And Brendan Dolan lets himself into the draw for tonight with a 10-6 win against Luke Woodhouse.
It's all bubbling along nicely at the moment. We're going to bung a quick ad break in, and we will be back, just tearing it up on the other side of welcome back, everyone, to Online Darts, our coverage of the 2021 UK Open Live. Pleasure to have you along. Gob has just dropped off for a couple of minutes or so. He's got a couple of bits to go and do. We'll be back for the draw. Of course, I'm Phil, joined by Cam and Lee, looking at the other boards. Make sure you hit that subscribe button and come and join us for regular darts content on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, you name it. We will be there in your face, bringing in all the action. It's what we do, gentlemen.
It is not quite as in your face as Lee's top is today, but we are pretty much there.
Yeah.
Beautiful shirt. Beautiful shirt.
Yeah. Chat room, welcome along, everyone. It's all good. So, we're obviously waiting for the main stage to start. We can all keep an eye on that as well. And Cam keeping his eye on Chisnell and Noppert.
What a start coming out of the interval there. They've both kicked off 180 to start this leg. 39 from Noppy to follow it up. So that's first chance at the 9 gone, but we've still got a chance if Chizzy can find another max. Only 96.
Yeah, Danny Noppert's been Mr. Consistent, hasn't he?
He has. He's averaging 97 again today as well. He's playing some good stuff at the moment. Like Chizzy's averaging well over 105 now, and Noppert's sticking with him and giving him a bit of trouble. One, 3, 4 there to leave 48. If Chizzy can't take out this 90 to break. Misses the bullseye, Dave Chisnell. So Danny Noppert, 48 for a holder throw and to go back in front. Takes it in 2. Clinical again.
Noppy is on the move.
Bit of an opportunity in this leg now for him against the darts as well. Kicks off with just 2 solid tons, but Chizzy only 51.96. So Noppy's got a bit of a lead here. If he can find a couple of trebles here and leave a finish, he's got a real good chance of breaking Chizzy.
Yeah.
Another ton, 3 great tons for Noppy, 201. Chizzy on 254. So 53 in front, Noppy. It's probably not enough against the darts yet, but it might be now. 60 for Chizzy, only leaves 194. Huge opportunity. For Noppy leaves 104. So Chizzy's going to have to hit 2 trebles here and put some serious pressure on this. Oh, what a way to do it. 162, Dave Chisnell, from 194 to leave 32. What timing that is, but it might not be enough. It is only 59 from Noppy. The pressure clearly had an effect there. And now Chisnell, 3 darts at 32 to level us up.
Level at 6 apiece. That one looks as if it's going to go all the way on board 4. But Lee, are you looking forward to Mensur Suljovic against Michael van Gerwen on the main stage?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what performance we have from MVG. Obviously, we just got that one left in this, but should be the Dame. Should be a very good Dame. He's pushed near enough all the way yesterday by, excuse me, by Stop Mitchell with a 10-8 win. 100 average, I believe, by MVG yesterday. But when MVG is 100 average, it doesn't look very good. Everyone else does, it seems to do so. But interesting what MVG can do today. Expect him to get over the mentor who has been in the same form that he was a few years back, but should be a very, very good day. But expecting MVG to come through it.
Yeah. Yeah, we will do. Don't worry. I'm going to pass back over to Cam for the Chizzy game.
Yep. Third 180 of the match for Noppy in this one to kick this leg off on throw. Down to 174 after 9. Chizzy just coming to the board now. Finds 101. Good counting from Chizzy there. Leaves the big fish. So he's going to get the first crack at this one on Noppy's throw. Wouldn't say it's under too much pressure yet, unless he obviously reels in the fish. As Noppy leaves 97. So here we are. Dave Chisnell for the fish. $48. No way. Noppy can't take out the 97, leaves double 10. So I think that's a missed dart there at tops. And Dave Chisnell takes out 122. What a shot that is to break throw. 122. And now we'll throw for an 8-6 lead.
Just waiting for ITV. They're doing some results at the moment, but it won't be long until we have the walk-ons. And Lee, do you think that MVG will use the same darts as yesterday?
I think so. Like I said, the performance yesterday was a very good performance by most players. It's just we have such a standard that we expect from MVG because of how good he's been over the years. So I expect him to use the same darts. I'm sure you're the man in the know with MVG that he's going to push on with these. I would expect him to do so. I expect him to have a really good weekend. It's the most difficult competition for me to pick out and say, oh, he's going to win. But I expect him to push on today. I think it's a nice draw personally for MVG. Yes, Mensah is a slow player. I don't expect him to be anything like he was in the Worlds. But I think looking at some of the players who are in form, I think it's a nice draw for MVG, and I expect him to come through this one.
So I'm going to come back to Cam though. Is Noppy going to break straight back, or is Chisnell going to have daylight?
So Noppy's got a chance. It's been a fantastic leg from both. Chizzy leaves 40 after 12. Noppy's got 132 here for the break back. Can only hit 60 though. So Chizzy back for tops to extend that lead. Takes it out in 2 darts. So 14 dart hold there for Chizzy. Playing really well to be 105 average still for Chisnell here.
Yeah, ITV decided to get another commercial break in. Not sure we'd seen enough of them so far today.
Well, you know, with ITV, if they can squeeze one in, they always will do.
Just like to spread it out. What time's coverage till 5 o'clock? So we'll have MVG down, then the draw straight after.
Yeah.
Dave Chisnell teasing again, just kicking off the leg with a 180 and then following up with 44. .180 from Noppy as well. His leg leaves 1-2-1. Really good game, this.
It's the worst time when you do darts or anything like this. It's just like you just want to get on with it. You want to see the action. It's the breaks now in between. It's like, it's a killer.
Yeah, I do not need to see adverts for the Donkey Sanctuary. Just get the game on.
The good thing hopefully will be is there's Tam's covering off the Chizzy and Noppy down, which is at 8-6. Hopefully it will just run perfectly that when Tam's in the last part of that one, we'll have the start of an MVG.
Ooh.
The worst is definitely Tam to you.
Dave Chisnell, 1-4-3 checkout to break the knock-up throw again. So he's got 2 breaks of throw now and will throw for the match. That is magical finishing again.
Done right there, hasn't he? Done right.
Not too bad, is it, from the lad? I mean, 1-2-2 to break a couple of legs ago and a 1-4-3 to break again now. It's not so bad. Knock-up fires in another 180. I think that's 5 or 6 in the match for him now. I've lost count. My bar chart's gone to bits. So getting too excited by the big finishes, and I've lost my count of the 180s. 140 from Noppert to follow it up as well. Leaves 181 after 6 starts with Chizzy back on 366. Great chance to break straight back here.
Just seen as well, Cam, that 143 from Chizzy has just been shown on ITV before the dogs the MVG down. David, a very big fist pump when he hit that one. I think you knew that he's very, very close in this one and playing, from what you've been saying, mate, very, very well.
Yeah, he is that. Yeah, I'm just seeing it now. I've got it streaming through me Xbox, so I'm a little bit behind. But yeah, I've just seen the finish now as well. So Noppy's left 48 after 9 here. And darts. 180, 140, 133. Under the pressure of throwing against the darts with the other player and just getting one for the match. Takes it out as well. So we're back to 9-7 now. And Noppy has to throw in this next leg.
Not done yet. Could be getting a last leg shootout.
We certainly could. Kicks off 134 as well there, Noppet on his own throw. He's averaged up to 100 now as well. Follows it up with 80. Chisnell only kicked off 85, so decent lead at this stage, depending on what Chizzy does here. Ton from Chizzy, so Noppet's got around about a 30-point lead, 29-point lead on his own darts here. Needs a good visit here though. If he can leave a finish, then you fancy him to get back within the leg. 1-3, 1 to leave, 1-5-6. That's quality darts again for him.
%. Right. The walk-ons that are done. Johnny Mack has brought them on. And MVG. We're going to have a quick dart check. As well. Cam, jump in at any time when you've got something going on, mate. Feel free.
Will do. I was just actually glancing at the TV screen there to see if I could tell which darts he's got there, but
I fully expect him to be the same as yesterday, but just double checking that he hasn't.
Right in front down to the board. They haven't done yet. Seen.
yeah. Danny Noppert wins the leg on his throw there, back to 9-8. What can Dave Chisnell do here? You'd think he'll want to be wrapping it up in this leg, because if not, if Noppy can break again here, he'll be throwing for the match. It's a great start, 137 from Chizzy. Only 58 from Danny Noppert. That's not enough when you've got to break the throw. Fancy Chizzy to just step on it a little bit here. Only 76, so still an opportunity, still an opening.
Yeah, same darts as yesterday.
Same ones. Yeah.
That's meant to. Starts with a maximum.
Dave Chisnell only 83 there to follow up the 76. So Danny Noppert with 2 trebles here can be first down to a finish again. So 57, Danny Noppert, that's not enough. And it's definitely not enough now as Dave Chisnell hits a 140 to leave 65 with Noppert back on 250. Oh, only 58 as well. I think Noppy knows the game's up here. Chisnell's got 6 starts at 65. To book his spot in the next round.
Hi guys, sorry about that. Oh, literally, for some reason, my Mac literally just completely shut down. So bear with us a second while we get everyone back sorted, but welcome along. We'll get there in the end. Let's get... this all sorted. Right, just waiting for the other guys to join us again. But Michael van Gerwen and Mensel Sudovic, one apiece, but there is a break on the cards. What stunning setup play from MVG, but it might be irrelevant. TK shots, yeah, I'm more of a Burger King man myself as well. Mensel Sudovic has broken the Michael van Gerwen throw as well. Let's get some averages up for you. I'm waiting for the others to return. It's only 3 legs in. MVG averaging 107, Sudovic 102. I have to say, I know it's early stages with these darts that MVG is using, but I do like the way they sit in the board. Those that are watching on ITV, you'll see what I mean. They just stand perky up to attention. But MVG could be about to go 3-1 down. Sudovic on course to hold throw. It's not going to take out the 161, but doesn't need to. And yes, 2 seconds, and I'll give you an up-to-date, actually, everything like that, because I didn't see the end of it. Chisnell beat Danny Noppert 10-8, 104 average from Chiz, 99.4 from Noppy. But Sudovic not troubling the MVG throw this time at the moment. So MVG looks set. $210 for MVG. What's your setup like? MVG wants tops for a 114. Just too high. Sudovic 116 for a double break. Is that awkward? Or can you? No, you can't. MVG will get darts at tops. It's going to come inside to tens. This has to go and does. It's good. Right. Now there's a break there. We can hopefully get some of the lads back in. No problems. TK Shots, welcome aboard. Again, make sure you hit that subscribe chant button for us. And looking a bit lonely, mate. Yeah, just trying to get the others back in. This is the problem when you try and produce and be on the show at the same time. But try and multitask. But it's what we do. It's what we love. MVG trails 3-2. Sudovic has an early break of throw on the game on the main stage. Give you some averages and updates from there. MVG averaging 97.24. Mental Sudovic around the ton mark, 100.07. Just setting some bits up. That's it. Got me. That's connected. Cheers, mate. Thank you very much. Just trying to get them back in as we speak. There or thereabouts. Hope everyone is well. So 3-2 behind. Does Michael Van Gerwen turn this around, or will Mensur Suljovic upset the apple cart? The seeds have tumbled. Just there's one.
Good afternoon.
Your audio is very quiet, mate.
Is it? Hang on, it might be input now that we've restarted it again.
Try now.
How's that now?
Yeah, that's better, mate.
There we go. Yeah, it's flipped back to the other input. That's why.
Happy days. Well, at least we've got one back now. Now we'll try and find Lee. I don't know where he's gone.
He's not gone for a quick cost.
Yeah.
Well, in all the drama, I've actually missed what's going on in this game, and Mensah is 3-2 up.
Yeah, I think both have played well, to be fair. There's break or throw, but nothing to be alarmed of, and they're both doing all right here. No alarm bells as of yet.
No, early stage is still a long way to go in a best of 19 game.
Yeah. Again, that could be a chance. No treble for Sulovic. MVG piles in with a 140.
Yeah.
We said no need to panic.
Never panicking.
And there we have Hawaii 501 as well. And then if by magic.
Here he is.
Happy days.
How are we, mate?
Yes, all good. I've been trying. I initially thought it was mine, so I've been focusing that much on fitting mine. My internet then went down, so I've actually not seen as much of this game as I would love to. So I'll keep an eye on it from there, but I've certainly missed quite a bit of it.
You're not the only one. We were just discussing that. I missed it all as well.
But we're at the early stages, so all is good.
MVG breaks back. I know we're a long way away, and draws and all that can affect this. But what would it say to the rest of the field if MVG was to turn up and win this with a set of darts he only got on Thursday?
It'd be a big statement for me, especially all the talk about them and his struggles and everything else. I think if he goes on and wins it, it's very ominous for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
I'd probably just add to that with this competition, it's the draw as well. No disrespect to who he's been drawn against, but what would be interesting to see how he's performing if he thumbs up against, say, a Johnny Clayton who's in incredible form using these darts.
Yeah.
That's for me is going to be the real test of new darts. As we've done down, I've just had the toms on while I was trying to sort it and heard that he'd received them. Was it Thursday night? Got to the hotel Thursday night with his new darts. So for him to receive them then and only have them for a couple of days, he's looking very good. He's averaging now around 98 to 100. So it's a similar standard to where he was at yesterday. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see who he gets over the next couple of days. If he gets through this, and I don't want to take anything away from Mensah, because Mensah's putting up a very good fight from the parts of this that I have seen.
Oh, I tell you what, that's vintage. They're the finishers that haven't been going recently. The one dart at tops, the one dart at 32s, and things like that.
Yeah.
Because Mensah's setup play was stunning then.
He liked it as well, didn't he? I'm obviously a little bit behind on my on the stream of it. I'm sort of keeping up to date on Dark Knights at the same time, but yeah, slightly behind. But yeah, you give it a good celebration there to that one as well.
Yeah, I'm just obviously because we're in the middle of this, I can't get a close up or an accurate one. I'm not sure. Are they? I don't know. If someone in the chat room can help us. Have Michael van Gerwen's points been accessorized?
They look, when I saw them a moment ago, they look a little bit like they've been blasted a little bit.
I'm just looking, right? I don't want to cast aspersions or anything like that. I know Gob's in the chat room, he'll have a look, but look at the state of the board and then look at MVG's points. Have they been whitlocked?
Could have been. They've certainly had something done to them.
Go on. What a check out. What a check out. 171 on the treble 19 to leave 132. Bullseye, bullseye, double 16. That is special.
That's vintage.
Yeah. He's looking comfortable, isn't he? He's looking like he's in the zone and happy with what he's got in his hand.
Yeah. Andrew says, I thought so early, yes. They look like they've been whitlocked.
Is that going to become a thing now?
Well, all I'm saying is if they have been whitlocked and Michael's using them, there's no way they're getting banned.
No, definitely not. Not only that, how much is Whitlock charging for these?
If MVG gets him on a Thursday night and then he wins this over the weekend, he's going to start charging a lot more, Cam.
Yep. Start charging a percentage. Percentage of earnings.
Dan says diamond coated points. I think they look very similar to what Dobie and Whitlock are throwing, mate. And I know Dobie's have been accessorised by Aussie, and these are very similar. I'd like to get a still or a close up and have a look. I'll tell you what, he's going berserk on that treble 19 here at the moment.
Can't miss it.
That's not a million miles away, that, for a 161 on that treble 17 from Lensor. It's treble 20, but just misses out on the treble 17.
So, Mental Suvic could
playing some good stuff.
Break back here. This will be interesting. Mentor's doing nothing wrong here.
No.
That's not a nice start.
Not the way Mentor's lay.
No. And that's proven by the two misses.
Yeah. Andrew says, is that why he only got his darts back from Windmill quite like yesterday? No, Whitlock fits his own points, to be fair, and I won't name other players, but players send their darts to Simon to be repointed, basically. So he's going through the gears here.
Just seen Dan's comment underneath
Yeah,
there as well.
he's looking very dangerous.
We'll start making our boards from chain mesh.
Dan, I love that comment. I'll tell you what, he's going berserk here at the moment. He can't miss. That 132 is just literally.
Yeah, he's certainly looking in the mood, isn't he? Even then, a little nod of a celebration, just hitting a 99, sets up 83. We've been back on 277. Looking for deflection there, still 1, 2, 3. MVG 83. He's in those 16 ball here. No, he's on ball 88. He's coming back. Clinical by MVG, 7-3, the second interval.
Yes, that was brutal from the Dutch. We've got a break in play. So
Well, that was
in the
5
comments, what
legs
are
on
you
the bounce,
thinking?
wasn't it?
3-2. It was 3-2 down at the first.
Yeah.
Yes, it
Won
was.
every leg in that session.
Yeah.
In the comments, let us know. It's early days with these darts, but are these the ones that MVG replaces old faithfuls with? Let's jump back into the chat room. We've got a break in play. Gob says, Mentor Sunovic, tra-la-la-la-la. Your boy's getting bashed up.
Maybe he needs to slow it down a bit.
Yeah.
Let's not start that one, Cam.
Dan says, this could be the most MVG, looks like MVG since last year. To be fair, look, it's early days, but he's looking decent so far.
Should we start the other debate that Cobb was starting to trying to debate there in the thing? MVG starting to look like the second best player of all time again. Fair play. Anything to say on that, Barcy?
Just going to boot him out of the chat room in a minute. Andrew says, with MVG and Whitlock, you could say it's perhaps partly company rivals with Unicorn. But now that Dobie is doing it with similar points, yeah, look, obviously Michael Smith spoke out about Unicorn boards a couple of years ago, but got a telling off because he's obviously sponsored by that manufacturer. I've said it for a while. The Unicorn boards aren't as bad as what everyone makes out. For me, the issue is storing them. I think they have to be kept in room temperature to get the best out of them. But obviously, the PDC are never in one venue. It's not their fault. It's just they go from venue to venue. So they're going from in the back of a cold truck being transported to being put on a stage under that extreme heat. It just doesn't work out. So, look, Unicorn get a lot of stick when the boards get ripped up. And look, they're not as bad as what everyone makes out. When they're stored right and put up, all boards, there's not much between them all. Yes, in my opinion, the Blade 5 dual core is the best board on the market. Not arguing that. But under that, there's not much between them.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a Unicorn board up in the flat and no issues with it at all. I think it's great.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's for me, it genuinely is a storage issue because obviously the size was it's a plant. It was a living fibre.
Yeah,
I think with it as well, the debate's only going to grow more and more when we are seeing more people like Dolby, potentially MVG, are having their darts whitlocked, as we're calling it. And that debate is then only that more and more, because if we do see MVG and Whitlock on main stage over, the coming months, how bad are those boards going to be destroyed if both of them are playing very, very well?
I think no, it's more aesthetically than anything else, isn't it? The board still plays the same during the game. Like, it's not affecting it in terms of what's happening during the game. It's just it doesn't look very good.
Right, like I say, I remember Vegas game, the last World Series in Vegas, so 2 years ago now. I think it was like semi-final or quarter-final. Rob Cross played Nathan Aspinall, and the board they used was horrendously soft because they both used the target storm points. Now, obviously, the storm points, everyone knows they've got the little bar lip at the bottom, but they've got that groove cut at the top where a lot of people use grip, don't they?
Yeah.
The board was that soft. The board was that soft. It was going over the bar lip and going into the groove bit at the top of the point. So they were both hacking it out, obviously, because it's meant to hit the bar and stop. But it was that soft. It was just going over.
Good dart by Mensah there to set up 76 for 145. He's looking good, anyhow, PJ. Looking very good. 133 to lead 16th.
Second 133 of the sets up 30.
Yeah, Mensah stops the rot. It was, I think Jar put in, it was six leads on the bounce that MVG won. Obviously, he won that last session 5-0, won the last leg of the first session as well. But Mensah, that's one back, and it is a break. It'll be interesting to see if Mensah can do something in this one. Just 100, and against MVG today, but might not be enough.
You know he's back to his best when you start thinking 100's a chance.
Yeah. Of course, as we say that, he only puts in a score 58. Good visit there by
171 to lead
Mensah.
132 again.
Oh, bullseye first dart, just misses the bullseye over 25 with the second dart. Very close though. Good effort by MVG. Mensah
He led into
61
it
dollars
with a
for
171
25,
last
but
time,
it's
didn't
the
he?
bull. Mensah double four at the opening two legs of this session.
Oh my, that was close.
Oh,
That was closer to my ass.
that wasn't a great dart. I know, Tam, you're about to see it on yours, but you will
I'm going
see
to
how
say it's
far
not quite
away
happened yet on mine.
Yeah, you will soon see how far away Mensah was from that double four.
It was genuinely close to my ass.
Yeah, that's a terrible dart. That's a bit like watching me trying to finish.
Snatchy, jerky, that was. There was no...
Yeah, no rhythm, and he got punished for it.
Got to take them chances as well, Mensah. When MVG's playing like this, but then has the leg where he only starts with a 60. Mensah has got to step in, and because he doesn't do that, obviously MVG will not have another visit without a treble and then puts in a 140.
Yeah.
Setup play by MVG. 205 left. It's 165 to leave tops. Sulovic back on 220. MVG coming back for tops to move himself just one away. And he's certainly a name to avoid in the next round.
Some great points in the chat room. We'll come to them during the break, guys. Don't worry. That last,
he's missed all three.
They're not badly thrown darts, though, are they? That last one, when
No,
it
not at
clatters
all.
off the barrels, you normally expect it to go in.
Where's that
Mensah
second
can't
dart
find
then
a
from
treble.
Mensah? Some of Mensah's darts are not. That double full was on about missed by quite a bit. That first dart there on the 20s, below the treble bed. So yeah, he's darted over it, but it's missed that treble by quite a distance. MVG punishes to move one away.
Yeah. Been impressed by this performance. It's hard not to have been.
Yeah, very much so. And I think one thing, Mensah's only got 4 leads on the board, but he was averaging around 98, 99. Not sure where he is now. Yeah, 99. So MVG's
Still
9-4 in front of them, someone who's averaging around a ton.
Yeah, this is what I mean. Mensah's averaging 95.59 as we speak, and he's been 57% of his doubles as well. So there has been pressure on MVG, and he's responded today.
Yeah, and that, is that
definitely,
57% was that, Phil?
What's that?
Is it 57% on his doubles, did you say?
Yeah, Mensah's been 57%.
To be fair, though, a little one on that, he's missed a couple of opportunities in the last couple of legs. He was, when he got his third leg on the board, he was at 100% at that stage, so he has dropped off a little bit.
Now, this would be an MVG way to win it. Go on.
Oh, my. Oh,
yeah,
my.
that is a way to win it.
Oh, I'll tell you what. That's a statement sent there. That is a statement.
104 average in the end as well with that 12 darter there and the 167 to wrap it up.
What a way to win the Dame. Cam, you are lucky enough to be on the seeing it a bit behind us that you're about to see as it's coming in now if you haven't already. But what a way.
I've just seen
it.
Just seen it. Yeah, it's absolutely quality.
That's special. Yeah, very special.
Yeah. Yeah, absolute statement made there. Top draw. Right, whilst there's a break on TV, let's jump back into the questions. I said there were some good ones there. Where are we? Paddy says, Phil, if you got a brand new board and Jar and God pop round for a game and they were both using Whitlock points, would you let them play? I'm going to say yes, because I use aggressive points myself, and I use them right now every time I put a new board up. I use aggressive points myself. I don't use the Whitlock versions because obviously I can't get hold of them. Well, I could if I asked, but I used an aggressive point, so that's just me. Right, Gob's back in. I'm going to tee up us as a... And then if by magic, 4 were back.
There he is.
So yeah, that was mine. I use aggressive points anyway, mate. So Han says, in my opinion, Whitlock points should be banned a long time ago. We were talking about this like within us the other day. Is I don't see how you can ban them without banning all aggressive points. Would you agree, guys, that it's hard to ban one over another? So I don't know how you quite do that as a package.
Yeah, I don't think you can. I mean, just because it damages the board a bit, or more than a bit on occasions, but it doesn't. What's to say there's not an unfair advantage for someone else throwing a different style of point? It's like making everyone, unless you make everyone play with exactly the same darts, you should be able to have that freedom in what points you use.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%.
I see
got no audio.
Dob's lips moving, but no sound.
Yeah.
Dob, I agree. I'm just on here.
How about now?
Yeah.
How about now?
Yeah, we've
There we go.
There he
There
is.
we go. Yeah, I disagree. I don't know how you mediate it. I've been trying to find ways, and I don't think you can be. I don't think there's going to be a way that we can mediate it, like I said. But the damage they do to the board, A, if that's my board, that visually puts me off to start with, especially if I'm a professional. And B, the integrity of the board's compromised. You start doing that, the size starts coming out. There's less and less there for my darts to stick in when I'm playing. Like, what prevents points shaped like a harpoon on the end? Exactly that, and then just ripping stuff out. There are some boards on the market that have got that slightly more aggressive point that's slightly bigger. I suppose some players don't tend to use that because it is a bigger point at that point, so it's harder to stack them against each other. But if they're further away from each other, that's no issue. Like, it's a debate that's going to rumble on for a long time, because I don't think there's a way that the boards can significantly mark up. I think that you start changing manufacturer, which isn't going to happen for a long time in the PDC, by the way. But even if they were to alter manufacturer, I just think they're going to shred them on stage just as quickly.
But God, we all know that if those points are customized that Michael was using, I still haven't seen them up close, but if they are, there's no way they're getting banned.
No, definitely not.
Here we go. The draw. Here we go. Jose first out.
MVG's still being interviewed on mine.
Yeah, I'm on.
Oh, MVG,
What
Jose
a
de
draw.
Souza first up.
Yeah, that's a game.
And that's the test for MVG.
That's very Michael Owen of you. Well done. That's a game, yeah.
Always count on me for the insight.
Devon Peterson will play Peter Jets.
Clements will play.
Nice draw for Jake.
James Wade, Gabriel Clements.
Oh, Mashall's the belter.
That's a really good one.
Luke Humphries is announced. Taking on Playmaker.
Oh, I like that draw.
Humphries is one that is picking up okay draws here, you know.
Yeah.
Yep, we got a sneaky little buy in the into the fourth, and then
Yeah.
a couple of decent draws.
Brent-
110 to 1 is looking
Brendan-
lovely right now.
Brendan Dolan has got Simon Whitlock.
Again, a nice draw for both. Could have been a lot
Yeah.
worse.
Oh, Dobie Price.
Without being disrespectful, that's the first test Dobie Price is going to have in this event so far. We saw it at the Worlds.
Oh, Ratajski Clayton.
That's still on stage 2.
The ferret's always on stage 2.
Chisnell Sousa.
Oh,
Oh, I'll tell you what. Right, gentlemen, let's dissect this draw. God, before we dissect it, Jonathan, I think he's just asking a question here. It's quite a good one. Guys, what would you clarify as an aggressive point? What makes it different to, say, the James Wade dart? It's where the alteration of the point is on the dart. When it's at the back end, like where James holds it for grip, that's not for me, that's not an aggressive point, because the part that goes in the board is still smooth. For me, an aggressive point is anything.
How good my camera is going to be, but if I show you that there, that's a completely smooth dart. There's nothing on that one. This one in the Milton Keynes, I'm not sure how great this camera is. You see the aggressive line sticking out. So there's 2 at the front and a few more at the back. That's an aggressive point. This one,
yeah,
absolutely shreds my board completely. I've stopped using this one. I've stopped using that one. I'm throwing this one at the minute. I'm trying to get a good. There's a few lines at the back of this one that are quite minute, but it doesn't do any damage to the board. So an aggressive point is something that isn't just completely smooth. Basically, there's abrasions on it, or nurdles, or however you want to describe it, that actively, once they're in the board, in the sisal, do things within that make it more difficult to pull out.
Yeah. Right, gentlemen, let's dissect this draw and where we think the games will go. I think it's fair to say the first one out the hat will be stage 1. Jose MVG. And look, although it sounds tough, if Jose plays like he did against Michael Smith, it won't be. Because against Smith, although he won, only 91 average, didn't play particularly well.
He did for patches. It just dropped off a lot, and his bad legs were really bad. That's the difference. Like we keep saying this, averages are only a guide. Right, for the legs that he won, for the most part of the legs that he won, Jose de Sousa was incredibly difficult to beat, especially on his throw. If he switches off and has a couple of legs where he's just has an absolute stinker first 9, where he just goes 45, 60, 57, and his opponent goes out in 12 darts, his average absolutely crumbles without it actually reflecting on performance. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that Joe's average 110 and that he's had a couple of bad legs that have made it bad. There are things to work on for him, but I don't think the average is as bad as the performance suggests.
Devon Peterson, Peter Jakes. We all know where that's going. That's going on PDC TV.
Yeah.
Yep.
I've got this one. I've actually got this one today. This one's easy.
Clemens Wade.
I've got stage 1.
Stage 1.
Humphreys Clearmaker.
2.
Stage 2.
Stage
Roland
8
Whitlock.
if it's still there.
2. Gerwyn Whitlock, 2.
Outside in the car park.
No offense to either player. Sorry.
Lee's clear happy with that one. Yeah. So Dolan Whitlock.
Sorry, Phil. I've seen Claymaster the past 2 days. How he's still in this draw is beyond me. So to see him now, potentially we're talking about him being on TV. Not for me.
That review will do for me because I back Humphreys. Yeah, Price Dobie's on 1, 100%.
1.
1.
Chisnell Suter.
It should be.
Last on 2 with a potential to bring it across.
Yeah.
Interesting. Right, boys. From that standout tie.
Clemens Wade.
Ratajski Clayton.
Humphreys versus. No, I'm joking. D'Souza versus MVG. D'Souza versus MVG for me, got to be. Just because of how well MVG's played, and D'Souza will put him under more pressure than the other two, so it's going to be interesting to see how MVG responds.
Yeah, I'm going Ratajski Clayton as well. I think that's an absolute belter. An absolute belter.
Sneaky.
Who wins?
I'm sticking with my prediction from the start. Johnny Clayton wins.
If he keeps getting draws like this, Gerwyn Price, no disrespect to Chris Dobie, but you look at the run that he put together at the World Championships. I was looking at that earlier. I don't think it was the most roof-raising run to that. Masters, again, all right, that's done off your world ranking. Previous events here. And he's not really been tested as yet either. Dobie is a step up to what he's faced so far. But he could quite easily be in Sunday without being pressed at all.
Yeah. Lee, where are you going?
I don't know. My two final picks were out like
the beach,
their
like,
first match. I've been really impressed with him. So sorry, Phil. I'm going to go MVG.
Oh, what have you done?
Absolute rush of people on.
Stage 1, Jose de Souza has beaten MVG 16-0 after Lee backed MVG.
Yeah, massive rush of people laying him on Betfair right now.
Yeah. Lee and his magical tipping wand has now just absolutely killed.
I'm sorry, his what?
The market. Tipping wand.
Yeah, we don't want to talk about Lee's tipping one. Quick, change the subject. One for Teresa, if she's still in the chat. Sam Gallagher's just scored. Blackburn are 2-0 up.
She's happy. Absolute happy.
Joel Eaton's tipped James Wade in the chat there, so he's out as well.
Cheers, Jar. I only backed him earlier and was trying to avoid that one, you was.
Yeah. 100%. Right. It's been a magnificent afternoon. Right, everyone in the chat room. We are going to shut the stream down. Obviously, we've had some technical issues today, which we're going to try and work around. So we're going to cut today short because of the two boards that you can all watch. We do this primarily to keep you all up to date with the outside board so you can watch it all in one place. We want to get the few technical issues right for the live lounge on Monday. So our apologies that we are cutting short. However, we will still have interviews with all the winners from this evening and everything like that across the online darts platform, because you guys have been absolutely amazing. And we'll keep you up to date on social media, and we will still have the live blog running, but we're trying to get a few technical issues out the way that we've had. So it's been an absolute pleasure this afternoon. You guys have been absolutely class as always. I've been Phil Bars, joined by Jack Gobby Garwood, Cam McFarlane and Lee Boyce. Gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure this afternoon, and we will see you all very, very soon.